future in cross country. Aaron Valoroso, his first appearance, and there you see Rico Galassi of Holy Cross, District 2 champion, third place finisher out of cross country. Joseph DiPietro and the rest of the field from there. Stephen Gould of Trinity Christian. There you see Brady Wilt, the freshman from Biglerville, wearing number 16. Jared Nisley of Lancaster Mennonite also in his first appearance, along with Sawyer Pallender of Fraser. 8 laps now for the AA boys. Defending champion John Truman, now running at Penn. Won it last year in a 9:31.66.
Different strategies at the start. Some athletes like to go right to the back, take their time as they go around the curve. The first 100 meters, again, in 2 lanes, they come together on the far side of the track. Some athletes, especially in the 1600, but is true here in the 3200, they will absolutely run that first 100 very hard to get out of traffic, so when they settle in, they're not worried about making moves to pass people.
So Rico Galassi moves out to the front. Here's a guy who began running in the 6th grade and worked extensively to improve his running form, and here he is now as the top seed in the AA Boys 3200, a junior out of Holy Cross. Nice article in one of the Scranton area newspapers about Rico a couple weeks ago. They talked about what he has done off the track. He's about to become an Eagle Scout. He won a Scholastic Golden Key Award for a stop-action film that he did that's actually on YouTube. It's pretty good. It's called Painting the Night with Light. Really neat thing if you get a chance to check it out on YouTube.
I will do that.
Coming up on his outside is Alex Archer of Vincentian.
Look at that, sir.
Yeah, that's Brandon Shern of Northern Schuylkill, the cross-country champion who was second last year, and just 400 meters into it, he makes his move around Galassi, and Galassi's going to go right with him, it appears.
So there's an example of a surge to put a move on to see who will respond to you. So he took a nice conservative first lap, and then he makes his move to clearly separate. Now it looks like he's going to press this pace for a. He could do this for a lap 2. He could just go from here for the rest of the race.
DiPietrantonio is in 3rd, trying to get up into that group. I mentioned when we set up the lane assignments, that was a guy who had food poisoning a week before last year's state meet, lost 13 pounds in the week before the state meet. DiPietrantonio, bump there between Galassi and Shern, and they both keep their feet. Talk more about DiPietrantonio.
I didn't see if he stepped on the rail or whether his foot got caught, but you saw an idea of sportsmanship. One athlete making sure the other athlete didn't fall down. How many sports would you see that occur?
Not surprising, though. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's about to become an Eagle Scout. So a nice gesture there by Galassi, and it looks like Shern was not injured or spiked by that. No visible change in his running form. But talking about DiPietrantonio on the right there in the white jersey, mentioned he lost 13 pounds prior to the state meet last year, and yet he still ended up finishing 10th here in the 3200. He's a guy who had his gallbladder removed in his freshman year. He was treated for fluid buildup in his knee his sophomore year, shown a lot of guts and perseverance. His goal coming into the year was to win gold in the state meet. He's put himself in a good position here with 5 1/4 laps to go, but it is still Shern and Galassi out in front.
So we do have runners moving up closer to them. So there was a surge to push the pace, and it looks like that's dropped off just a bit, so that the second, third, or fourth runner is now moving up. But that pace is still fast. You got to understand how fast these guys are running. In a 3200, boys are running around 5.8 meters per second. I know I'm saying meters per second. That's about 18 to 19 feet a second. Can you maintain that for 3,200 meters?
So it's still Shern and Galassi, and then DiPietrantonio, the top 3. And 4th is Barrett Kemp of Oswego Valley, the 3rd place finisher from last year. Now, we saw that stumble between Shern and Galassi earlier. Was it a bump? Was it a trip? I didn't see any contact at all, actually.
That actually looked like the trail leg came through and hit hit behind or across, so that his leg came and crossed over and bumped into his own calf, but it looked like he was bumped. All right, so they're coming through 4 laps or 1,600 meters, neck and neck in 4:39.
Shern wearing the red, Galassi wearing the green. Galassi was the 3rd place finisher at cross country, the race that Shern won. Everybody staying on the so-called lead lap so far. In fact, furthest back is probably only about 80 meters right now, so unlike the girls' races, don't anticipate to see any lap traffic becoming a factor in this.
It's about 200 meters, actually. We're a half a lap. There are 2 guys back a ways. All right, you saw him check over his shoulder. So he's has some space in between him now, and he's losing contact. So he can't hear who's behind him. So he's making a quick check to see, is he in fact right on my shoulder? And he's run back up. So that was an example there. There's another surge. Put your head down, make a move, see if the athlete trailing can in fact stay with you.
Shern, the 8th place finisher in the 3,000 meters at the Penn Relays. Galassi.
They're definitely pushing the pace now. This seems to be speeding up. So it's 5:51.
That's the race for 3rd. DiPietrantonio and Sam Williams of Northeast Bradford. Williams, the 4th place finisher in the cross country meet. So Shern on the right, Galassi on the left. Neither one looking all that comfortable. And the battle for, I believe, 5th or 6th place behind everybody on the backstretch. Now Shern opening up a gap on Galassi.
You saw him, he made 3 checks over his shoulder, inside shoulder there in that last 100 meters. And he made another surge, but the response is to work back up. So there's a lot of, it's almost like cat and mouse going on today in this. So now we're down to 2 laps.
Shern and Galassi both qualified for the mile coming out of districts. Galassi scratched after districts, but Shern ran the mile yesterday and qualified for the final. So we'll see him later today.
Just an amazing surge. How quickly he made a separation there.
And now it is Shern in control with less than 2 laps to go. Brandon Shern, a junior from North Schuylkill. Galassi is also a junior. There are the lapped runners that Rick mentioned earlier. Eric Busher and Jared Nicely.
You can see in his arm carry, his arm carry's a little higher. So you can see almost a 90-degree elbow bend there because he's really pushing his arms to coordinate the leg motion, and he's pushing. He wants to end this race in this lap and not make it close. And you can see what he's done. In 1 lap, he's opened up that lead.
1 lap to go for Brandon Shern, on his way perhaps to his 2nd gold medal of the year, having won the cross-country championship back in November.
And now we have a race for 3rd and 4th coming up on the 2nd runner, so there's going to be a nice tight race there.
That's DiPietrantonio in 3rd, and Sam Williams of Northeast Bradford in 4th.
Wow, look, you can look at all these runners going into their kick. So their head is up. They're driving their arms at a faster cadence. Their elbow is bending more at 90 degrees. You can see an elevated fist. So it's going from chin to hip. That's more like what you see as a sprinter doing. And they get a higher knee lift and a greater extension. And then also you have a higher back kick. So everything biomechanically is working there.
And as DiPietrantonio tries to stretch this out for 3rd, the crowd rises to its feet for Brandon Shern. who averted disaster with a stumble earlier today in one of the opening laps of this race and will come back and win in a time a shade under 9:20, and a high five for Galassi and a good show of sportsmanship. It was Galassi who broke his gate to make sure that Shern did not go down when they had that little tangle. And Brandon Shern is the state champion of the 3200, having won the cross country earlier this year.
He ran his last 400 meters in 78, his last 800 meters in 2:19.
9:22.09, the official winning time for Shern. That is full 8 seconds faster than the time that John Truman turned in last year to win it. Hug from his coach.
Brandon, awesome, buddy! Oh, Brandon, we're so proud of you.
And Brandon Shern adds to his gold medal tally here in this academic year.
I'd also like to point out he negative split. So if you hear the term negative split, that means he ran his second half of his race, his second 1,600 meters, faster than he ran his first 1,600 meters.
All right, so early in the race, here's where he took the lead.
He took a nice conservative first lap. Okay, here's the stumble.
And the finish.
And the finish. In fact, all four of these runners are running with just excellent biomechanical form for their last sprint of the 100 meters in this long race. And immediately he turns around and congratulates
Galassi. And Shern's going to run again, as I mentioned. We'll see him in the mile run a little later on, so this is a busy day for him.
Great season, guys. Keep going back.
Getting congratulated by Luke Jones, Elk Lake, and Sawyer Pallender, the senior from Fraser. So a scare early for Shern, but disaster averted. And he backs up his cross-country championship with a gold medal in the 3200 here in the outdoor season.
and still going around to congratulate other runners. There's a nice tight camaraderie among all track and field athletes. Maybe you have a bunch of discus throwers or a bunch of long jumpers, but especially is true in the 3200 because of the time you may in fact spend running with some of these people on training runs. Or these kids may have even warmed up together and then they come back in the seating tent when they get their numbers to come to the line.
And when you're a distance runner, those training runs are long. I can vouch for that firsthand. And you get a lot of time to talk and get to know each other when you run together in training, as is the case here. On to AAA boys now. The defending champion Glenn Burkhardt of Unionville having a good freshman year at Penn State. He won it at a 9:07.53 last year. Sam Hibbs, the top seed, ran a 9:08.62 at districts. Kushna of Baldwin, 11th a year ago. Mac Emery of Council Rock North, who was 9:11 at the district meet. McCauley, Steiner, Connor Quinn of Hatboro Horsham, the cross-country champion. Sean Burke, Connor Harriman, the top 8 seeds, and a field of 31 runners here in AAA boys. Very large field.
That's a testament to how good Pennsylvania distance runners are this year.
Connor Quinn, who was the cross-country champion there, wearing number 274. This is the first time ever in his career he's run the 3200 in outdoor. And this is junior year. Emery and Burke on either side of him. Burke, the 24th place finisher last year out of Abington Heights in District 2.
There's the starter making sure they're off the line, explaining that he'll call them up to the line. The starter is an educator too. One of the nice things about the PIAA when they start each year, they do a lot of explaining. Even though athletes might know the rules, they explain them in your dual meets or tri meets.
They have 4 starters here at the state meet: Raymond Dami, Theodore Fitzgerald, William Laswell, and Tina Sundberg.
And they rotate. This is Tina Sundberg starting the AAA boys. They rotate and the starters serve as assistant starters for each event. So there are 3 people watching each start. So there's the first 100 meters. They're coming around together at the break. We saw in the other 3 races different strategies. It could be because of the heat. It could be because of the caliber of the runner. But we haven't seen 4 lanes occupied in any of the races on the backstretch to try to get around people so that they're not running the extra distance on the curve.
And the senior from Dallas, Chris Arrett, moves out in front of Sam Hibbs, who crashed down to the rail early. And coming up on the outside is Jack McCulley of North Penn. His first career appearance outdoors in the 3200. Way up on the outside, Andrew Kuchta almost in the middle of the track, trying to find a little bit of room towards the front of the field. He moves into third. Looks like Arrett is going to have the lead, though, through lap number 1.
That's a 67-68 first lap. I'd say that's a conservative start.
3 of the top 5 from cross country in this field. Quinn, the champion. Daniel Jaskowak of Grove City was the runner-up in cross country. And Logan Steiner of North Allegheny, 5th in cross country.
Still, we see moves being made on the straightaways. This is an education for younger runners. You got to make your move on the straightaway because you're not running an extra distance there. If you try to do something on the curve, you're running the extra distance. Sometimes you have no choice, though.
So now it's Kuchta of Baldwin moving out to the front. And he's bringing Stranowski of Palmyra with him. Stranowski was 9th last year, 19th 2 years ago, his sophomore year. And Hibbs still there, the top seed, who was 7th a year ago from Hatboro Horsham, but he's stuck on the outside, along with McCulley.
Strankowski was waiting listed at Cornell, but now he's going to Cornell. He got in.
Good for him. And in fact, Brett Kelly, who's also in the field here, is going to Princeton, so we have a couple Ivy Leaguers here. In fact, there are a couple kids in this meet, we'll talk about them as the day goes on, who are going to Cornell. Cornell has done a good job of recruiting here in Pennsylvania, some good track stars, and in fact, mentioned at the top of the show, Drew Magaha, who's the top 800-meter runner in the country, but we'll see him only in the mile. He's going to Penn. In fact, the University of Pennsylvania has a lot of athletes in this meet today. My point being, the Ivy League is well represented in this meet today, which speaks to the athletic and academic quality of the student athletes that we have here at Shippensburg.
It certainly does, and when we look at distance runners, typically they're self-motivated. So you would expect somebody who is self-motivated to be a good academic student, and the payoff is, yes, in fact, they are going to our elite colleges.
So the leader is Strankowski of Palmyra. 3 laps into it. Hibbs is in second. Field fanning out from there.
So this is the tightest race we've seen of the 4 3200s. The pack is still quite close together. It is stringing out a little bit, but look at the mass of those runners there, all those heads and arms.
Logan Steiner of North Allegheny has tucked himself into third, kind of on the outside, as Hibbs now moves around Jankowski. You're right, almost a stampede type look to this field. 31 runners in this AAA boys field.
And most of them are still within 30 meters of each other at the front, and there's the shot showing that. So now we're coming down to the 1600 mark.
Still Hibbs in front. Coming up on the outside, Quinn, the cross-country champion, pulls into third as Steiner has moved in behind Quinn, and Strankowski is still in the mix. Halfway split, shade under 441.
Yeah, this is This is faster than the AA race if we're making a comparison, and we have more runners running that speed, just as a comparison. Still a large mass, but you can see the line is starting to thin out. We can only see 3 head. Well, here come the passes on the straightaway again. Another good move.
In fact, way up on the outside, you see Connor Harriman of Pennsbury. But Hibbs trying to stay out in front of Steiner. Hibbs did not place in the top 5 in cross country. Steiner was 5th. Been a gutsy effort here by Strinkowski of Palmyra, who was stuck in there in 3rd. Kuchta is now into 4th. As we are beyond the halfway point, in fact, 3 laps to go as they come to the line here. Now it's a 2-person race between Hibbs and Steiner. Hibbs of Hatboro Horsham, Steiner of North Allegheny.
There they've run through the water. You can see that spray. The water is now running down the track, off the track to the inside. And that's great that those athletes can, after the race, recover or get a little cooling before they go through the tent.
And I know on television, and this is our first year of high-definition coverage on PCA, and I know that can look a little slick there on the track, but in fact it really is not.
No, this track has a textured surface, and water, it's porous. Water actually goes into the track and then runs off also. So their foot is in contact with the track. There's no danger of slipping. I wondered why I could see so well this year. That high definition is making an incredible difference.
Yes, it is. So Hibbs and Steiner, the top 2, and then a gap of about 15, 20 yards back to 3rd. So again, a 2-person duel shaping up in our final 2-mile run of the day.
It was fairly close at the 1600 mark, but you can see in lap 5 there was in fact a surge to separate from the rest of the pack.
Amazing to think that Hibbs, who was the 7th place finisher last year, is the top returning finisher in this field, but Hibbs was 7th, Steiner was 12th, Kuchta 11th, Strinkowski was 9th last year. But it was Hibbs, the only returning medalist from last year. He was 15th in the Penn relays, and the 3,000 meters was Hibbs. He will not run the 1600 later today, nor will Steiner, although both qualified.
So there's the advantage. If this is their only race, and they in fact may be in a 4x8, but if this is their only race, they can go all out here and not have to save anything to come back and run the 1600.
Coming out on 1 lap to go for Hibbs and Steiner. Hibbs in the red, white, and blue, Steiner in the black and gold in North Allegheny. Does Steiner have enough left in the tank to run down Hibbs? Both showing some strain on their faces.
He dropped his head, and look at this surge. So when we look at how many meters per second they're going now, and what a beautiful stride. He's a tall runner, and with the socks on, that exaggerates. We can see the lower leg there and see how beautiful his stride is. So his arm carry, you see it's up to the chin and down to the hip, and he's churning away. But if you look at the legs from the side as he goes through, how high his knee lift is and how high his back kick. And again, with the socks on, we can see that very well.
So the senior from Hatboro Horsham, his best career finish in the state meet prior to today was that 7th place finish last year in the 3200. He's going to end his high school career with a gold medal in the AAA Boys 3200. And it's going to be a great time as well. The honor roll standard of 9:05 will be just above that as he comes in at a 9:09. Sam Hibbs' first career gold medal comes in his senior year 3200.
Congratulations. And the arms up at the end to show that he is happy with his effort. Congratulations.
9:09.82 the official time.
He negative split. He ran 4:35 the first 1600, 4:33 the second, and his last lap was 63 seconds.
Wow. So Sam Hibbs of Hatboro Horsham will go cool off. And he got sprayed by some water, holding off Steiner of North Allegheny and a host of others in an 8-lap duel here in the AAA Boys 3200. And congratulations from Jaskowak and others. It was early when Hibbs took the lead here at the 3200. Here it is. Moving around Strinkowski and others. Steiner coming with them. And then after putting his head down and finding another gear as the final lap started, he comes home this way. 9:09.82, the official winning time. Sam Hibbs of Hatboro Horsham, the gold medalist of the AAA Boys 3200. We'll be back with more after this from Shippensburg, including action from the long jump, javelin, and high jump right after this.
Catch each exciting goal of the PIAA Girls Spring Soccer Championships on June 9th on PCN. The action kicks off at 7 p.m. PCN, the home of PIAA High School Sports Championships. PCN is brought to your community thanks to the support of your local cable operator. PCN, Pennsylvania's neighborhood.
If you think the level of competition is impressive, wait till you see the level of coverage. High school meets high impact with MaxPreps.com, America's most comprehensive source for high school sports. Find out how your local teams compare, who's in the hunt to be state champs, and which teams and players are leaving their stamp on the national stage. Get pumped on your high school teams. Log on to MaxPreps.com.
Back in Shippensburg, PCN is the only statewide network bringing your community exclusive coverage of the PIAA Championships. On June 2nd, tune in to PCN to catch the boys' AAA and AA volleyball state title action starting at 3. For more information, visit PCNTV.com. PCN, Pennsylvania's championship network, and today it is the track and field championships. We move to some field events from Friday. Mark Heckel is here, and Mark will start with the AA girls long jump action from Friday.
Yeah, in the AA girls long jump, only 3 of the top 5 place winners from last year returned. This is Katie Cassidy out of St. Basil. Nice jump here, some good extensions, 16.5 3/4. She's currently ranked 13th in AA. Next is Brooks May out of Forest Hills. She was 20th a year ago. Good extension, 17.3 1/2. Next is Kelsey Kazora out of Elwood City. It was a muggy day out there. Really difficult to get motivated to get going. Kazora at 16 feet 3/4 inch. And it really was no wind. No wind at all helping them out. Julia Wignott from Holy Redeemer. 10th a year ago, that jumped 16 feet 4 1/4. Leah Winter, District 4 champion out of Montoursville. Really not expected to make the final, but a nice jump here at 16 feet 9. These jumps all coming from the 5th round in the AA long jump competition. Next, Amani Nesmith out of Swenson Arts, ranked number 1 in Pennsylvania. She came in with a season best of 19.4. She'll come down here, stutters a little bit before the board. Nice extension, 17 feet 1/4 inch. She's going to finish 4th overall in the competition. This is Alexis King from Wilmington. A year ago, she finished 4th. That jumped 17.1. She was ranked 5th overall in AA. Kayla Hope out of Tamaqua. She was the defending state champion in this event, ranked 6th this year, another jump at 17.1. And our last jumper we're going to see here is Lauren Ball out of Bloomsburg. Ball jumped 18.10 1/2 last week at her district championship. Came in here ranked number 2 in the state. She was the bronze medalist a year ago. That jumped 16 feet 1/2 inch. We're going to see one more from Lauren, this actually being her winning jump. Tall, powerful senior coming down. Nice extension, 18 feet 1/2 inch.
So Ball from Bloomsburg wins the gold. Hope from Tamaqua. King from Wilmington, and the rest of the top 8 from there, the medal winners in the AA girls long jump. On to AAA girls long jump now, also action from Friday.
Now this field was a little tighter. We had 6 of the top 10 from a year ago returning. This is Rachel Van Meter out of Strathaven. You can see the sun had shifted. It was quite a bit warmer in the afternoon. There was a little bit of a breeze, but nothing that was really helping the jumpers. That jump at 17, 10 and a half. Finished with her head down. A little more extension might have helped her out over the 18-foot mark. Next, Ellie Pollock of Avon Grove. Basically, you're a sprinter, and you convert at the end, and you try and just keep your legs up as far as you can, as long as you can. But that jump only 16 and 11 and a half. Logan Ranker of Conwell Egan. You notice she dropped the foot there, dropped that right foot behind her. That not a great jump at 15, 7 and 1/4. Remember, it's the first mark you make in the sand after you take off. Jana Cook of Somerset. 16th overall in AA coming in. Nice approach speed, good takeoff, kind of a modified hitch kick there. 17 feet, 11 inches. Next, Jordan Matthews out of Abington, runner-up a year ago. And they all have their little idiosyncrasies there at the back of the runway. When they bounce, they step, they hop. A nice jump here from Matthews, 18 feet, 2 and a half. Anna Chudubsky out of McDowell. Chudubsky was the bronze medalist a year ago, was ranked 8th overall in AA, was not, based on her district seeding, was not really figuring to be in the hunt for a place here, but a nice jump there. Well, actually, she fouled that one, but still had a nice jump early in the competition and moved up dramatically from where her seed was coming into the competition. Kiara Andrews out of Cheltenham, ranked number 2 in Pennsylvania in AA, 9th a year ago. A really nice jump there, 18.4 1/4. Maddie Holmberg, here of Hempfield, ranked number 3. So the big guns were here and the big guns were jumping. Good speed down the runway. Nice little bit of what we call a sail technique. And she goes 17, 11 and 1/4. Now the top seed coming in, she was also the defending champion from last year, although she was only ranked 6th overall. Ryan Marche of Chambersburg. It's going to be a really nice jump at 19, 4 and 1/4. And we'll take another look at Marche here. Again, good speed, good hang time, good finish at the end.
So, Marche Ryan from Chambersburg, the winner here in the AAA girls long jump. Andrews from Cheltenham in second, and the rest of the top 8 and the medalists from there. We'll come back to Shippensburg with more action from the field from Friday in a moment with the AA boys javelin.
The bloodiest battle of the Civil War took place at a small crossroads town in Pennsylvania. Learn how the Battle of Gettysburg changed the course of the war during guided tours of the battlefield by the Rangers and other experts at the Gettysburg National Military Park. Gettysburg Battle Walks, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, only on PCN. PCN's gavel-to-gavel coverage of Commonwealth, Superior, and Supreme Courts every Sunday evening. PA Courts at 10 p.m.
A hot, sticky Saturday at Seth Grove Stadium in Shippensburg, continuing with field action from Friday. Mark Heckel, and we'll go back to the AA girls high jump from Friday.
Well, the AA girls high jump was basically over after 5-4. There are only 2 jumpers left as we pick up the action at 5-5. This is Alexandra Schaefer from Northeast High School. And this will be her first attempt at 5-5. Apron not quite big enough for her. You can see she's actually starting on the field turf surface. And then we'll come onto the apron. Good approach, nice body lean, but she just clips it. You can see she knew she just clipped it with the back of her calves. So that was her first attempt at 5-5. Next up, Corinne Angianello of Hickory. Her first attempt at 5-5. She'll pull up, and that's perfectly legal as long as she doesn't touch the ground beyond the plane of the bar, touch the mat beyond the plane of the bar. She can circle around, come back, and start over. Not uncommon for high jumpers, especially in the high school level. They come in, they don't like it, they'll pull up, circle back, reset. At this point, with only 2 jumpers left in the competition, she's got 2 minutes, so she's got plenty of time on the clock to go ahead and reset. Looking for advice from her coach, waiting for a start, and now she'll set and go again. Good body lean away from the bar, a nice single arm lead, and you can tell she likes the jump. A first bar clearance at 5 feet 5 inches. So now Schreifer to stay in the competition, to stay in the competition, has to now make 5.5 in order to keep going. This is her second attempt. And so much of the high jump is rhythm. She comes in. That was not that compared to her previous attempt. You can see she hit her with her back on the way up, a little bit deep to the bar, not real great position, leaning away from the bar. So now she's down to the last attempt to keep the competition alive, to stay in this with the potential of winning a gold medal. Comes in, rubs it off with her lower back. So she's out of the competition. That means that Corin Reginello of Hickory is going to be your AA girls high jump champion. But since she's the only one left, she can call her height. So rather than going up 2 inches, she's only going to decide to go up 1. She'll move the bar up to 5.6. And we'll see how she does there. Reginello coming in, ranked number 2 in Pennsylvania. Hickory piling up some points, especially in the field events. And Reginello was certainly somebody that was going to add to their point total. And you can see it there. She actually wound up with that 5.5 being her best clearance of the day. So Corin Reginello of Hickory at 5.5, your champion Alexandra Schreifer of Northeast finishing second at 5.4, and then actually a two-way tie for third between Courtney King and Jocelyn Pascal. King from Lakeview and Pascal from Milton.
And as Mark mentioned, Reginello's gold, one of a boatload of field medals won by that Hickory team yesterday. Could be a big factor in this overall AA girls team race. On to AAA girls high jump now from Friday.
And as we go into AAA girls high jump, we're going to actually catch the action at 5.7. And this is Paige Kassab out of Meadville. She was 9th here a year ago, tied for 9th a year ago. Currently ranked 9th in AAA. One of the few, what we refer to as a left-handed jumper, coming in from the opposite side. And again, she pulls up, goes around. At this point, there were 4 jumpers left in the competition. Just not enough lift in front of the bar. One of the things we tell high jumpers is we want them to stay tall in front of the bar and not try and get her too early. Next, Abby Jones out of Franklin. Clips it off with the back of her heels. She's currently the number 10 ranked AAA high jumper in Pennsylvania. And then Mrs. Taylor Morgan of Upper Dublin. She was 5th a year ago. Came in here ranked as the number 1 AAA high jumper. Again, takes a longer approach, starting back on the field turf surface. In general, we tell high jumpers the slower you run, the longer you run, so that they can generate more speed as they come into the bar. Nice attempt here. She glides over at 5.7. We'll come back now to Kassab for her second attempt. Again, hit that one on the way up. You can see her left shoulder diving into the bar. She clips it on the way up and misses her second attempt. Abby Jones now Franklin again for her next attempt. Again, hits it on the way up. Never really got good conversion at the ground. We want high jumpers to take that run, lean away from the bar, get a good, strong, firm plant, drive up, and convert all that horizontal speed into lift so that they can go over the bar. And she never really made that conversion off the ground. So here's Kasab for her third attempt now at 5.7. And you can see she actually knocked it off with her left hand as she went up. She knew she wasn't going to clear it and just kicked the bar out from underneath. And then Jones will come back for her third attempt at 5.7. That was probably her best attempt of all three at 5.7, just brushing off with the lower back. So that means that Taylor Morgan is going to wind up winning. And we'll see Taylor now with the bar at 5.9. And again, once you've won the competition, you can call your height. You can decide where you want to go. She chose to go to 5.9. A very good attempt there. If she would have stayed taller just a hair longer, she would have cleared at 5.9, but she goes ahead and wins it at 5.7.
So Taylor Morgan, the state champion in the AAA girls high jump, and we'll have more field action coming up from Shippensburg right after this.
Pennsylvania's top high school football players face off against Ohio's best in the 55th Big 33 Classic on June 16th. PCN gives you a preview of the players that could end up playing on your favorite college and professional teams. The Big 33 Football Classic, live June 16th at 7 p.m. on PCN.
This meet just getting underway at Shippensburg, day 2 of the state track and field finals. Already the heat index 96 degrees. It was similar on Friday in the morning when we had the AA girls discus mark.
And the AA girls discus was really the District 10 discus. 6 of the 9 finalists all coming from District 10. That was Fallon Boych of Holy Redeemer through a 109.7. This is going to be Amber Bacon out of Union City. And it was, as Mike said, as you said, Mike, it was hot out there. And there was virtually no wind at all during the discus competition. That throw, 110 feet 3 inches. Next we'll see Samantha Black out of Seneca. A ring foul there. Rachel DeMaria of West Middlesex, one of the District 10 throwers. DeMaria going to pull this one right towards the camera and just outside the sector. Mariah Williams out of Juniata. Her throw here, 113.8. And you want to, if you're a discus thrower, you want a little bit of a wind. The wind picked up late in the afternoon, but not enough to really help anybody out. Mary Newell of Villa Joseph Marie, 4th here a year ago, came in ranked number 7 in Pennsylvania. That throw, 114 feet. And then it was the Hickory show. This is Jennifer Nider of Hickory, ranked number 4 in Pennsylvania. That throw, 131 feet 8 inches. Next in, her teammate, 3rd a year ago, ranked number 1 in Pennsylvania in AA, 43rd nationally. This is the big senior, Taylor Woods. And this throw, a nice toss, 139.2. And then the final of the big 3 from Hickory, this is Lauren Labarsky. Labarsky came in, ranked number 1 in the state coming into this event. I'm sorry, number 2 in Pennsylvania, but with the top seed. She was 7th here a year ago. Labarsky, very nice extension through the discus. This would be a foul. But we'll go back then and pick up Boych again at 111.4. Bacon next up in the circle at 114.5. She's short, what we refer to as short arming a little bit, never really got good extension through it. Samantha Black of Seneca, and she threw it out of the sector on the right side. Demaria from West Middlesex. Her previous throw had been a foul. She makes up for it here. Nice throw, 115.5. She was ranked 9th in AA coming into yesterday's meet. Mariah Williams of Juniata, 14th here a year ago, and improved it out to 118.2. Newell again of Villa Joseph Marie, the only one who did not spin, the only one who did not use rotational technique. This throw, another 114-footer for her. And then we come back to Hickory. Jennifer Nider again. Hickory building a very nice throwing camp, one could say, out there. All three of these seniors. Nider there at, again, over 130 feet. Taylor Woods stepping in again. Woods has a discus circle in the front yard of her house. Woods again, nice movement through the circle, nice keeping her hand down. Beautiful throw, just shy of 140 feet. And we'll take one last look at Lauren Lebarski. Lebarski was also expected to be a factor in the high jump, and no height at her district meet, but she certainly made up for it here. And again, like the high jump, the discus, a lot of rhythm involved. Lebarski going to move smoothly to the middle. Nice pull, not as what she wanted, pulled it into the ground a little bit. But Lauren Lebarski wins at a 142.6 from the second round. Taylor Woods of Hickory taking second, and Jennifer Nider taking third. And the first time that one school has taken 1, 2, 3 in an individual event. Hickory taking the top 3 spots, and District 10 certainly showing their power in the throws.
All right, Mark, thanks. We'll see you a little later on for more coverage from the field. When we come back, we're back on the track and finals action from the 4x800 meter relay.
The top 8 reasons why students should play interscholastic sports.
School spirit, sis boom ba. Is that what they used to say?
For the physical and mental workout.
To know the thrill of victory. It's real, not virtual.
Hearing my mom over the crowd.
Because sports is a metaphor for life, right?
To just have fun.
And the number 1 reason why students should play interscholastic sports.
To get my family out of the house.
America's war veterans' stories tell of courage, honor, triumph, and tragedy. Stories we all need to remember. PCN's Voices of Veterans recounts the experiences of those who have served their country in time of need. Veterans from World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and the Cold War tell their stories in their own words. Now you can enjoy this special presentation of Voices of Veterans. This powerful collection on Blu-ray or DVD features over 2 hours of first-hand accounts from those who lived the history. Voices of Veterans. Hear their words, experience them. It's History looks back at where Pennsylvania has been. Sundays at 7:30 p.m. on PCN. Own your favorite episode of PCN's new series, Keystone Steel, or give it as a thoughtful gift. Each episode costs just $29.95. That includes shipping and Pennsylvania sales tax. Order your copy today through PCN's virtual store at PCNTV.com or call 1-866-726-8433.
And we're back. Next event on the track, the 4x800 meter relay in AA girls on a hot, sticky morning at Seth Grove Stadium in Shippensburg. Rick Leishner back with me, and here are the top 8 seeds in this field of 12 in the 4x8. St. Basil Academy, St. Mary's, Holy Redeemer, Montoursville, Trinity, Camp Hill, Elk Lake, and Central Columbia. Also in the field, Notre Dame, Green Pond, Avonworth, Northgate, which is a new co-op, Towanda, and Ole Valley. So St. Mary's has the 3,200 champion, Janacro. So you see the St. Mary's team. St. Basil Academy, state team champion in cross country. So it'll be a good battle between a team with a lot of depth and a team that has some firepower. Camp Hill, they're the 6th seeded team here in this field. There's the St. Basil runner. They were 3rd in this event last year. Holy Redeemer made the semifinals, but not the finals last year. Camp Hill hasn't even been in the event the last 3 years. And we're off and running. Each runner goes 2 laps around the track, 3 exchanges.
Again, we're set up in lanes. We'll run 100 meters. They'll hit the break at the 100-meter mark and all come together into one field. Since the 3,200, the temperature has gone up significantly. I was just down on the track. The temperature on the track, 88 degrees right now Fahrenheit, and the heat index is 96 outside.
And it's only, as we tape this morning, 10:45 in the morning.
Yes, this certainly is the hottest day in my short experience here at States.
All right, so St. Basil Academy out to the early lead. And then the field fans back from there, but expect to see a lot of lead changes here as the baton has passed several times. Holy Redeemer, Montoursville, they're all in the mix. St. Mary's with their runner back and forth right now. Elk Lake coming up on the outside.
Now the 12 teams that make the finals had to run a trial yesterday just to get in the finals. So one of the things we're going to talk about is if you only have 4 runners or if maybe you have 6 runners. And by that I mean if you have 6 runners, you don't have to run your best team just to make it into the finals if you have a depth on your team. So that will be an advantage to anybody who has more than 4 runners. Otherwise, you had to run your best time probably for the year just to make it in the finals. Now you got to do it again.
And as I mentioned, St. Basil with the lead. They're a team that you would think would have a lot of depth. They were the state team champions in cross country, and I believe it's the 5 best runners on your team that scored out in cross country to get the overall team score. St. Basil, you talk about depth. Look at last year. They were 3rd in the 4x8, but they were also 6th in the 4x1 and 3rd in the 4x4. So not only did they qualify 3 relays last year, but they medaled in all 3, which for a AA school is quite rare.
That's great. To have that many athletes of that caliber on your team, relays especially.
Into the first exchange now, and it's a big, big lead for St. Basil with Elk Lake 2nd.
At 2:20, so the split was 2:20, and they have a 3 or 4 second lead here.
Rest of the exchanges behind. Avonworth was 3rd there at the exchange zone, but St. Basil Academy in control here. They have never won a relay in school history, trying to change that today.
They're certainly starting off on the right foot, and maybe that's their strategy. Let's run our top 800 runners at the beginning to get the lead and make every other team try to catch us.
Well, Montoursville won it last year in a 9:25.50. They are the number 4 seeds in this heat here in the final.
So this is a big lead for a 4x8, but there is a lot of play within the actual event. So if you run your best 800 runner to lead off to get out of traffic and then make the other teams catch you, another team might have their top 800 runner running the 3rd or 4th leg as a way to run down the other runners and get you back into the mix.
So that's the margin between St. Basil Academy and Elk Lake, and the rest of the field fanning out from there. 12 teams in this field in AA girls. And no one remotely close to this St. Basil runner. That camera angle may be a little bit deceptive. The actual margin between St. Basil and Elk Lake is at least 15 to 20 yards.
That is a big lead.
That's the battle for 5th right now. Central Cambria, Avonworth. Still St. Basil as we come to the halfway exchange.
We can comment here because you have 4 different runners and there's a lot of time that we're watching. How different athletes of different heights or weights or just styles of running, you can still be good as an individual and run completely differently than one of your teammates. So what you have to do is figure out what works for you, and that's the coaching here in Pennsylvania is exceptional, and that's what they're there to do, to get the best out of the athletes.
Halfway split was a 4:44, by the way, for St. Basil as the rest of the teams make their midway exchange, and St. Basil's already on the backstretch.
Their lead is nearly 40 meters now.
And Elk Lake back into second. Battle there for second between Trinity and Elk Lake right now. Central Cambria in 4th. Montoursville 5th. As we approach 3 laps to go here in this AA Girls 4x8. St. Basil Academy, the state team champions in cross country. 3rd place finisher last year in the 4x8, looking for their first ever school gold medal in an outdoor relay.
Doing very well right now.
Looking comfortable, obviously. No sign of distress. Each runner going 800 meters, which again, in this heat and humidity, is not an easy task today.
No, it's not. When we come to the final exchange, you want to watch what goes on. That's the only potential hazard area in a relay, especially in the common relay like the 4x4, 4x8. Common meaning all the baton exchanges are at the same location. This is when athletes commonly run into each other. You may drop a baton, and if any of that happens, we'll certainly discuss what's interference and what's not interference, or what's an advantage to an athlete.
Well, St. Basil had the luxury of passing off the baton with no one within 30 or 40 yards of them.
This is an immense lead to bring into your final runner.
So final exchange now, St. Basil Academy in huge command of this. Trinity is in second, and then in third it is Elk Lake, but it is a major gap.
So the exchange, the idea of the exchange in the 4x8, the outgoing runner needs to get started, pull the incoming runner into the exchange zone, and get the baton approximately 10 meters in, then take off. You can't actually touch the baton outside the zone, or it's a disqualification. So the blue triangles you saw on the track, you have to be inside the triangles, the 2 triangles. This is a great lead.
Coming down on 1 lap to go for St. Basil Academy. A dominant effort here in the 4x8.
So this makes that exclamation point for winning your first gold medal in the relay.
That is the Elk Lake runner. They try to chase down St. Basil. Not going to be enough time.
This relay is quite spread out. From 1st to 4th is nearly 100 meters. Some late moves. There's a nice surge going on. That might get you the 8th place medal. That's the way to go.
Top 8 get medals and team points. St. Basil, Trinity, Elk Lake, the top 3 teams. But this has been a dominant, commanding performance by St. Basil Academy in what will be, according to our available records, their first ever outdoor relay championship. The Elk Lake runner who's in 3rd. But St. Basil Academy trying to better the winning time of last year, which was 9:25.50 by Montoursville. Looks like they're going to be on pace to do that. They win the team championship in cross country, and they win the outdoor 4x8. It has been a distance tour de force for St. Basil Academy. 9:22 the winning time for St. Basil Academy. A dominant effort in the AA girls 4x8. 9:22.91 officially the winning time. And now the battle for the remaining medals.
Last surge, and that might get you the higher place medal.
Saw the Holy Redeemer runner go down there at the end. Doesn't appear to be hurt.
Yeah, she just stepped on the back of the runner's leg. All the timing done today is called fully automatic timing, FAT timing. It's done by Finish Links. These are all digital pictures that have times assigned to them and recorded to the hundredths of a second.
Oh my God.
So St. Basil Academy, I mentioned last year, 3 medals in all 3 of their relays, the 4x8, 4x1, and 4x4, but this is a gold medal for the first time in school history, and it comes in the 2012 girls 4x8. And a great distance running year for them. Cross-country team champions. And they'll give it a go later on today in the 4x4. On to AAA girls now. We expect this one to be a lot more competitive as we have 2 of the top 10 teams in the country going head-to-head. But neither are the top seed as we take a look at the top-seeded teams here in AAA girls. Downingtown East is that top seed based on their run from yesterday, 9:13.02. But Strathaven, the number 7 team in the country, and Westchester Henderson, the number 8 team in the country. The top 2 finishers from last year right next to each other on the inside of the track. Great Valley, Bethel Park, Cardinal O'Hara, Methacton, and Garnet Valley. A decidedly District 1 flair to this field of 12 teams, which also includes State College, Central Buck South, Hempfield, and Palmyra. As Downingtown East, the top seed, they did not make the final last year. Finished 3rd 2 years ago. And they were 2nd back in 2009. But the teams to really keep an eye on are on the inside of the track, Rick. Strathaven, 2nd place finishers from last year, the state indoor champions in the 4x8. They have the 7th best time in the country this year outdoors. Westchester Henderson, the 8th best time in the country this year outdoors, the defending champions. And those 2 times, by the way, by Strathaven and Westchester Henderson were turned in last weekend at the District 1 championships. So maybe a repeat of that coming up here in Shippensburg.
You've pointed out that we have the 7th and 8th top teams in the country, and they're not the top seed in this final, and that's because yesterday you only had to finish in the top 4 in your heat in order to qualify for the finals. So it becomes a race where you're looking around just to see that you're making it in before the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th team as an automatic qualifier.
It's coming down on the end of the first lap. Downingtown East is tucked into 2nd, but it looks like Bethel Park will carry the pace here on the opening lap. Central Buck South, the team that finished 7th last year, moves into 2nd. Around Downingtown East, you see Westchester Henderson's runner trying to find some room on the rail. Methacton coming up on the outside. And 1 lap into it, it is Bethel Park in front.
That's an excellent shot of them all spread out in a straight line. Now we have a move being made by 5th to 4th.
I believe that's the Strathaven runner. We'll confirm that in a second. They're all the way into 2nd now. Cardinal O'Hara's runner, beg your pardon. Westchester Henderson coming with. Strathaven's runner all the way back in 12th right now. Again, this is the number 7 team in the country. So they have perhaps backloaded their lineup, where they'll try to make a late kick around Bethel Park and Cardinal O'Hara. Top 2 teams at the moment. Westchester Henderson 3rd, Central Buck South 4th, Downingtown East 5th, Garnet Valley 6th. As we come to the first exchange zone, and Westchester Henderson now moving into 2nd.
It's critical at this level to get a good exchange. You don't want to lose time in the exchange, even lose 2 or 3 meters, because that'll be the difference in a medal at the end. After your exchange, you're instructed not to move, and then the other runners coming have to avoid you. If you're moving, it can be considered interference.
Still Bethel Park. Westchester Henderson, Cardinal O'Hara the top 3. Central Buck South is 4th. Garnet Valley. And the others fanning out from there, and still not much to be heard from Strathaven. They had the 7th best time in the country this year, and they turned it in last week at the District 1 Championships in 9:04.65. They beat Westchester Henderson in that heat by about half a second to win the District 1 Championship. So now Cardinal O'Hara out to the front with Westchester Henderson 2nd and Bethel Park 3rd. You see Strathaven's runner in the lead pack, but they're still kind of in a traffic jam right now. 7th position at the moment as they try to move up on the outside. Cardinal O'Hara was 6th last year, 7th 3 years ago. They've also qualified a team in the 4x4. Westchester Henderson, the defending champions. They were 2nd 2 years ago. This is their only relay team in the meet.
We're getting some great shots from the cameramen as they go around. Not only at athlete level, but up above, coming at you. This is really well done to see the drama of the race.
Getting ready for the halfway exchange. Strathaven there has moved into 4th around Garnet Valley. Bethel Park is 6th. But it's Westchester Henderson, Cardinal O'Hara, and Downingtown East with Strathaven 4th. The District 1 domination that was expected is panning out at least so far. A 4:35 at the halfway split.
I heard the track announcer say 2:15 flat for the leg, that last leg. That would be amazing to run an 800 in 2:15.
So Westchester Henderson 1st, Downingtown East 2nd, Cardinal O'Hara 3rd, and now Strathaven. So as suspected, they may have backloaded their lineup here in this relay. They've moved into 3rd now and are trying to close the gap down to that Downingtown East team in 2nd. In fact, Downingtown East pulling alongside Westchester Henderson now in a battle for the lead. Well, Downingtown East is the top seed. They did not even make the final last year. They were 3rd 2 years ago and 2nd back in 2009. And while Henderson and Downingtown East battle it out in the front, it is Strathaven that's the team that has really made up the biggest margin here. Now with 3 laps to go, it's down to a 5-yard margin between the leaders.
Yeah, this is panning out to be quite competitive, and that's just the placement of the runners in order in your relay. Didn't look that way in the first leg, but it does now.
Downingtown East on the left, Westchester Henderson on the right.
And now Strathaven is right behind, only 2 meters back. And again, staying behind so she's not going to run the outer curve for the extra distance unless she has to. But here she's making her move on the curve.
And it is Strathaven moving out to the lead as we come down to 2 laps to go in a final exchange. Strathaven, Downingtown East, and Westchester Henderson, exactly what we expected going into the anchor leg of this AAA girls 4x8. In fact, I believe it's going to be Westchester Henderson passing the baton in first. It is.
And she has a one stride lead coming through, and those were 3 excellent handoffs that you didn't decelerate at all or lose any time, distance, or space there in the exchange. Now look how close they are.
What a battle among top 4x8 relay teams in the country. Westchester Henderson, number 8 in the country. Strathaven, number 7 in the country. Downingtown East was better than both of them yesterday as far as time turned in the semifinal. 600 yards to go. And strategy comes into play now as well, just as we saw in the 3200.
Yes, if you have your best 800 runner here at the end, are they a kicker, meaning can they really blast out in the last 200 meters, or are they more of a tempo runner? I think all 3 of these girls are going to have quite a kick here with 400 to go. All 3 together.
You know, Westchester Henderson ran that 8:55.43 last year to set the state record. Is this year's winning time going to be better? It's been a sizzling second half of the race here, and what a 3-team duel between Downingtown East, Westchester Henderson, and Strathaven. You see that Strathaven runner straining to pull alongside now and make it a 3-way tie. Downingtown East, Westchester Henderson, and Strathaven, that is the top 3. 200 meters to go in a sizzling girls 4x8 in AAA. Any one of 3 teams can win it. 2 miles of racing has come down to 100 meters. Downingtown East in the white, Westchester Henderson in the red. Strathaven falls back into 3rd. Look at this battle on the front stretch. Downingtown East, Westchester Henderson as they come to the line. Downingtown East and Westchester Henderson. Strathaven at the line, and we're going to have to go to a photo. I think it was Downingtown East, but we'll have to go to the fully automatic timing.
Wow, that's the closest you can get. Those girls just ran a 33 last 200.
Unbelievable, and it was Downingtown East in a 9:03.12. The anchor leg announced at a 2:13 flat, an unbelievable 800-meter time. But according to the FAT, Downingtown East is declared the winner at a 9:03.12. Unbelievable.
And we knew they were good. But to show you how good, National Federation honor roll time is 9:18. Here comes the finish, and you can see it's who has the willpower to stay upright, keeping your arms moving, and keeping that leg turnover going. And you can see that last, especially in the last 10 meters, the surge on the outside was all leg turnover. You can see Strathaven is caught behind the 2 runners, and she makes a move to the outside, and then here's the surge, and that's second place. Downingtown East is the winner.
Just pure guts. Just pure guts by all 3 of those teams. An unbelievable performance. One of the absolute best 4x8s you'll ever see.
Of that caliber, tremendous.
You mentioned the time, the 9:03.12. That is the 5th best time in the country this year, turned in by Downingtown East. That's how good it was. The 4 times better, 2 out of the state of Illinois, 1 out of Delaware, 1 out of Michigan. On to AA boys. I don't know how we're going to do any better than that, but here are the top seeds. Lower Moreland, Drew Magaha, who we'll see later on. The top 800 runner in the country will be on that Lower Moreland team. Quaker Valley, always outstanding distance relay team. Paul Robeson, Anvil Cleona, Christopher Dock, Greenville, Titusville, and Lewistown.
Yes, we're not going to get to see Drew in the open 800. He's running the 1600. But here's a chance to see him run 800 meters.
Lower Moreland, the top seed, 8 minutes flat yesterday. Quaker Valley on the inside of the track, the team champions in cross country. They were third last year here in the 4x8 after winning it in the prior 2 years. And here we go, what should be another classic. All of these teams yesterday within 10 seconds of each other in their semifinal runs.
So we're running in 2 lanes again, running around the corner, the turn of the track, coming together on the backstretch. And we'll see 4 runners wide coming down the backstretch.
And it is Lower Moreland with the early lead on the backstretch. Titusville trying to tuck in there to 4th right now, looking for some room on the outside. And that Quaker Valley runner hanging way back now in 8th, still in the lead pack, trying to stay in contact. Like the Palisades runner was showing a little distress there with his elbow back there in 12th. And now here comes the Quaker Valley runner on the outside. A lot of congestion here. Paul Robeson's runner on the outside in 2nd, wearing the blue track jersey, trying to get around Lower Moreland in 1st as we're 1 lap into it. Robeson, team that made the semifinals the last 3 years here in the 4x8, but never made it to Saturday. And now here they are out in front of the field.
Well, 300 meters to go here before the exchange.
Now
and we're starting to spread out.
Yep, Titusville has moved into 2nd. Lower Moreland is into 3rd. Titusville made the semifinals last year, but they have not run on a Saturday in the last 4. Lower Moreland, 5th last year, 3rd 2 years ago. And we're coming down to the first exchange. Paul Robeson, Titusville, Lower Moreland, the top 3 teams. Almost a dead heat, in fact, between Paul Robeson and Titusville at the first change. Danville had a good close there to their first 800. They've moved into 4th. And now it's Paul Robeson and Titusville that have separated from the other 10 teams as we're into the 2nd of 4 relay segments here.
Different runners have different styles in carrying the baton. Some people like to carry it at the end and use the whipping motion. Some people like to tuck it in and kind of lay it on their forearm and run through. You can see 2 different styles there. It's all in the athlete's preference. But almost all of them, in fact, run with it in the right hand. There are a few that run in the left hand. You want it in the right hand because when you go around the turn, it helps you negotiate the turn with the baton in the right hand.
So the entire field runs by from Team 1 to Team 12. And a change at the front as Lower Moreland moves back into the lead now. Paul Robeson in 2nd, Titusville in 3rd.
And those 2 have started their kick at 250 meters. And you can tell by the shortened arm stroke and the quicker leg turnover.
On to the halfway point now. Closing in on 4 minutes. State record 7:44.44 turned in by Lewisburg back in 2004. Lower Moreland out to the front now as we approach the pass of the baton with Paul Robeson 2nd, and those 2 teams separate by quite a distance from the 3rd place team, which I believe is Quaker Valley. Indeed it is.
And the way you get the handoff in the 4x8 is you come in with your right hand, you put it in the outgoing runner's left hand, and then they bring the left hand over, put it in the right, and continue running with the right.
Lower Moreland in search of their first all-time relay gold medal. Quaker Valley, as I mentioned, won it back in 2010 and 2009, and they were the team champions in cross country.
tightened up. The leaders are still there, but we brought in the third place.
Believe that is Greenville, a team that has not made the finals in any of the last 3 years. Beg your pardon, that is Christopher Dock. Christopher Dock, the runner-up last year. They have moved into third position. Christopher Dock, as mentioned, second last year. They were 12th in 2010 and 8th in 2009 here in the 4x8. This is pretty much what we expected, though. These two teams out in front, Quaker Valley and Lower Moreland. Quaker Valley with the deep cross-country pedigree, Lower Moreland. Talented runners on that team as well. And we're coming down on one final exchange here.
They're lined up with 150 to go. And wow, these top three teams have really pulled away from the second pack of three.
But this is very familiar from what we saw in AAA girls.
Just saw this occur.
In fact, right down to the colors of the jerseys. Quaker Valley in white, Christopher Dock in the dark jersey. They're in second, Lower Moreland third. And here we go now with one final relay segment to go. Titusville fourth, Danville fifth. Paul Robeson has fallen back to sixth. And it is a three-man pack at the front of this heat.
So there was an early surge for Lower Moreland, excuse me.
And now Lower Moreland and Quaker Valley separate from Christopher Dock. Coming down on one lap to go in this AA boys 4x8. Lewisburg won it last year in a 7:50.66. They're not here this year. Lower Moreland and Christopher Dock. Stride for stride with 400 meters to go in this 4x8.
Let's go, Smiley! You gotta go!
Looks definitely like the Quaker Valley runner is more relaxed at this point.
You see, especially in high definition, the heat radiating off the track. A hot, sticky day for these distance runners. They're showing a lot of courage. And here we go now with another duel with 200 meters to go. Quaker Valley and Lower Moreland stride for stride. Quaker Valley in the white, Lower Moreland in the yellow. Another battle for a gold medal in the 4x8. And Quaker Valley makes the pass. This would be their third 4x8 championship in the last 4 years, and they're going to do it. Quaker Valley eases up at the finish line to go 7:53.26 to win another 4x8 team championship.
156 anchor leg. Nice job. Quaker Valley was in second for most of that race, right behind. So there's an example of running just hard enough off your competition, and then your anchor leg wins it for you. Congratulations. It takes four, though. It's not just the anchor.
Lower Moreland, gutsy second place finish for them.
And that just misses the national honor roll time of 7:52. Here comes that finish again. This is where you're in danger of, if you're too close, your arm might actually hit the other athlete's arm, and you could knock the baton off, and that would be devastating at that point. But his last 100, he maintained his form. There was no breakdown in form, and I think that's one of the things you want to look at. Here it is from the front. You can see he's maintaining a straight line. Everything lines up. Knee drive is straight. Arm drive is straight. It's not flailing to the sides. And his expression, yeah, I got it.
And you see his team coming out of the infield to congratulate him. So Quaker Valley wins the gold in AA. We move on to AAA now. 12 teams here in this field for the final. Central Bucks West, the defending champion. Central Bucks South, the state record holder. And you see another big host of District 1 teams, including the indoor champion of the 4x8, Penn Ridge, who's the top seed. Cumberland Valley, Ben Salem, they've had a really great year down there in Bucks County. Chambersburg, Kiski area, Westchester, Henderson, Downingtown West, and Spring 4, the top 8 seeds. Also in the field, Penncrest, Cardinal O'Hara, State College, and Upper Darby.
Dominated by District 1 teams.
It's really always been that way, too. I mean, right back to when Upper Dublin held the national record in the 4x8 for many, many years.
The starter held them till they were all motionless. Did you see that? There was some movement there, so he waited. She waited.
Now, if you're just joining us, Adair Janacro won the first gold medal of the day in the AA girls 3200. Tori Gerlach winning in AAA girls. Brandon Shern, the AA boys champion. Sam Hibbs won in AAA boys in the 3200. And here in the 4x8, St. Basil Academy, the AA girls champion. Downingtown East, AAA girls in a battle with Westchester Henderson and Strathaven and Quaker Valley just moments ago, winning the AA boys 4x8. Ben Salem out to the early lead here with Cumberland Valley.
Chambersburg right behind.
And on the outside, looks like Penncrest has come into third.
Oh, and there was a trip.
Ben Salem runner was able to keep his balance, though, but that little pause enough to produce a lead change. And it's Cumberland Valley out to the front now. Then, as Rick mentioned, Ben Salem second, and Chambersburg coming hard up the outside in third right now. In fact, Chambersburg moves into the lead. Chambersburg made the semis the last 2 years, but this is the first time in at least 4 that they've qualified to run on Saturday morning. And although this field is laden with District 1 teams, there's 2 District 3 teams out at the head of the field, Cumberland Valley and Chambersburg.
Well, here's an example of putting a top runner in the lead. Look at this lead at 800 meters, running the first in 154, 155 for your leadoff.
And the rest of the teams complete their first exchanges with Chambersburg out in front ahead of Cumberland Valley. Cumberland Valley made the semis the last 3 years. In fact, the top returning finisher from last year was Penn Ridge, the only returning top 12 finisher from last year, and they were 12th. Defending champion Central Bucks West won it in a 7:41.50, but an entirely new field of 12 teams here, aside from Penn Ridge, in the final this year in AAA boys.
Looking at this Chambersburg uniform, one of the things you can tell from this uniform with those stripes down the side, how little motion there is in the head and the shoulders and the hips. The only thing that's moving is the pumping of the arms and the driving of the legs, and that's what you want to do. You want to have as little motion outside the torso, with the torso as possible, and only motion with the limbs. It's excellent biomechanics. And you want to be as level as possible. A lot of times runners will lope down, and that's actually wasted motion, but we're not seeing that here at the top teams.
And that is the battle for third behind everyone right now. You see Penn Ridge and Ben Salem coming up into it. Cardinal O'Hara coming up on the outside as well. So the rest of the field trying to reel back the top 2 teams now as Cumberland Valley leads Chambersburg. Going down to the halfway exchange. Cumberland Valley, Chambersburg, Cardinal O'Hara, and Penn Ridge, the top 4 teams. And it's Penncrest in 5th.
Again, here's the dangerous part, moving at this speed. You're all lined up. You have to find your teammate. You have to get out, not run into anybody. And then once you've got through that 10 or 15 meter space, then it's back to running with no tension, because you're not worried about running into anybody, dropping a baton. Still very close on our third runner. Separation of only 25 meters from first to 12th. Well, first to 11th. There's one team that has dropped off.
Cumberland Valley still in front. Cardinal O'Hara in second. Chambersburg third. Penridge fourth. Ben Salem is fifth.
So Cumberland Valley has basically led for almost the entire race.
Give or take. I mean, they've been either first or second. Kiski area has come up into that fray as well. 3 laps to go in this AAA boys 4x8. Had some tremendous performances here in the 4x8. St. Basil Academy about as dominant as you could get. Downingtown East in a tremendous 3-way duel with Westchester Henderson and Strathaven, and then Quaker Valley outgutting Lower Moreland. And it is still Cumberland Valley. They were the second fastest team yesterday. Or I beg your pardon, they were at a 7:54.52 yesterday. This would be considered quite an upset if Cumberland Valley is able to hold on and win this. We're coming down to the final exchange zone now. Cumberland Valley, Chambersburg, and now here comes Penridge, that top-seeded team, the indoor champions of the 4x8. What a kick here by their third runner, and they move into the lead now as we go to the final exchange. And a little bit of a lack of space there as Cumberland Valley had the inside of the track as the Penridge runner came down to the rail on that exchange.
That was a great effort in the last 50 meters to get your team into first place in the final leg to take control.
Penridge, Cumberland Valley, Chambersburg, and Ben Salem, the top 4 teams from left to right as you see it there. Cardinal O'Hara, then Pencrest, Kiski area, and the rest of the field.
So now we have 4 teams bunched together within 5 meters with 400 to go, well, 500 to go.
Here comes Ben Salem on the outside trying to get around Cumberland Valley. The Pencrest runner looking very calm and comfortable, as does the Ben Salem runner. So 2 District 1 rivals here, very familiar with each other. Part of this 4-team battle here with 1 lap to go.
That was a pretty quick lap for these 800 runners. They were those 4 teams came through in the 56 range. So let's see if they can hang on.
But don't sleep on Chambersburg back there. They have among the top 20 times in the country this year, and here they come on the inside now into second around Penridge and trying to run down Cumberland Valley for the championship. What a battle this has been. Lots of lead changes here in the final 2 laps. Cumberland Valley, Chambersburg, and Penridge. Now it's a 3-team race as Ben Salem falls off. 100 meters to go. Cumberland Valley on the right. In the middle is Chambersburg. On the left is Penridge.
Just like the girls' race, coming down to who's got it.
And here's Chambersburg now, stride for stride with Cumberland Valley, and they collapse across the line. I believe Cumberland Valley has won it.
Yeah, it looked like Kunzweiler did get the lean, and the 3rd team goes down.
State College, unbelievable. Unbelievable the finishes we have had in the AAA 4x8s, girls and now boys, and it's Cumberland Valley in a 7:43.81.
7:43. 1:51 anchor and a 57 last lap. Here it comes in speeded up motion. There it is. Chambersburg ahead, but then Kunzweiler with a step just in front. Wow, they both actually did try to lean on the dive, and that wasn't a stride.
It is the 5th best time in the country this year. Chambersburg celebrates a very hard-earned silver. Chambersburg will have the 7th best time in the country this year as a result of that. I said Cumberland Valley had the 5th best. It's actually the 6th best. But you just don't see 4x8s that close. What we saw in AAA girls and now in boys. Just absolutely scintillating.
Certainly highlights of the meet so far. What we've seen on the track, at least. So here they come down again. It's stride for stride. And oftentimes this helps you in your finish because you know you have a gauge. And you can see both athletes actually weren't trying to complete their last step, and they were actually trying to get their torso over the line. Now the torso is extending at the base of the neck, and that would be one FAT picture I would love to see.
One of a few that we've had so far today. What a performance by Cumberland Valley, a mild upset.
There's the announcer coming over to congratulate them.
I think Bob Schellenberg, the meet announcer, is from Cumberland Valley, so that would add a little bit to the storyline there. But Cumberland Valley, the 6th best time in the country this year, 7:43.81 by a fraction of an inch over their District 3 rivals, Chambersburg. What a performance. More coming up from Shippensburg after this.
40 what? Dude, did we get the record?
Hark, I've been locked in this...
Your princess?
Hark! I've been locked in this tower for so long!
You do everything so they're at their best. So start their big days with the incredible protein. Eggs.
Journalists Roundtable, understanding the big issues and delivering the backstories on Thursdays. Insightful and in touch. Thursdays on Pennsylvania's Neighborhood, PCN.
Back in stifling Shippensburg, the heat index 107 degrees. We're into the finals for the hurdles already. The AA girls hurdles won by Emily Lellis of Springdale, who went 14.78. Lellis, the bronze medalist from last year. So that moves us now to the AAA girls 100 hurdles.
And that was an impressive win. She won going away by 4 to 5 meters.
Field of 8 for the final in AAA girls. Michaela White of Spring Ford will be in lane 1. We'll get to the rest of that in a second. First, let's take a look at that AA girls hurdles won by Lellis. And here is a head-on view. Lellis will be in the middle of your screen in lane 4 wearing the dark jersey.
So what you're looking at is not so much head elevation of going up and down. And you're looking for tight arms and a tight rotation of the trail leg through. And you can see her form was perfect as she came down. There were no adjustments. She didn't have to change her stride at all. She wasn't hitting the hurdles, as so often is the case at Shippensburg or at your districts when they use the weighted hurdles.
All right, now on to AAA. And as I mentioned, Michaela White of Spring Ford will be in lane 1, right side of your screen. Maddie Holmberg, a freshman from Hempfield, in lane 2. Sierra Leonard of Cheltenham in lane 3. Eliana Yankilev of Lower Merion, bound for Penn next year, the 60-meter champion in the indoor season, in lane 4. Kayla Coley of Cheltenham in lane 5. Sydney Jacques, Kirsten Bass, and Jenny Martin rounding out the field of 8, a field that includes 3 freshmen, and they're on the blocks. Fair start. Leonard got out nicely in lane 3, as did Holmberg, the freshman from Hempfield, in lane 2. And now here comes Yankilev in lane 4 out of Lower Merion. Yankilev well out in front as they come to the final set of hurdles. Eliana Yankilev of Lower Merion will hold on and win it. After taking bronze last year, Yankilev heads to the University of Pennsylvania next year with a gold medal in her back pocket. 14.65 for Yankilev, her best career finish in the outdoor meet.
When we look at the replay on that race, we'll see how her form held up throughout the race. The 100-meter hurdles, here it comes, fairly even start. We're getting to the first hurdle, and that when you're looking for is an extended lead leg and a rotation of the trail leg. And you can see as she goes through that it doesn't even look like she's modifying her step over the hurdle at all because her form is so good.
So Yankilev getting congratulated there on the infield. That is a very happy Eliana Yankilev, who took 3rd last year here in the 100 hurdles, losing to Shelley Black, who is now at Penn State. and Yankolev wins her first career gold medal. So they'll increase the height of the hurdles on the track and move them around, and that'll set us up for boys hurdles action.
Well, you started this segment. It is brutal out there. It's 95 degrees. The heat index is around 106, 107. Athletes must continue or make a concerted effort to be hydrated the entire time. What happens when you're dehydrated, you lose the ions necessary for muscle firing, and you get disoriented. You oftentimes see that in a distance race because it's a prolonged effort, and you see people disoriented at the end. Sprinters aren't much affected by that heat. They in fact like the heat because it enables the entire muscle down to the core to be warmed up, and you can see it here. The sprinters are doing very well in this heat.
I feel like I learn something from you every year. One year we're going to find out how the fluxum affects the distance runners compared to the sprinters. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll come back with the boys hurdles from Shippensburg after this.
The top 8 reasons why students should play interscholastic sports.
School spirit, sis boom ba. Is that what they used to say?
For the physical and mental workout.
To know the thrill of victory. It's real, not virtual.
Hearing my mom over the crowd.
Because sports is a metaphor for life, right?
To just have fun.
And the #1 reason why students should play interscholastic sports.
To get my family out of the house.
Today, a fever will be treated with warmth. A cut with more than a bandage. Today, a twisted ankle will come with a nice shoulder to lean on. Because today, the most considerate and professional urgent care will be found right around the corner at MedExpress. Just like it is every day. MedExpress is open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. Visit medexpress.com to find a location near you.
Did you know that many of PCN's popular programs are now available on Blu-ray? Select programs, including episodes of PCN Tours and the current PIAA Championships, can now be experienced in your home in crisp, high definition. Visit the PCN store at PCNTV.com today to browse through the entire Blu-ray catalog. Then just sit back, relax, and enjoy PCN programs like you've never seen them before. PCN, Pennsylvania's neighborhood.
The bloodiest battle of the Civil War took place at a small crossroads town in Pennsylvania. Learn how the Battle of Gettysburg changed the course of the war during guided tours of the battlefield by the Rangers and other experts at the Gettysburg National Military Park. Gettysburg Battle Walks, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, only on PCN.
The action sustains here at Seth Grove Stadium in Shippensburg, and the Spring Sports Championships continue on PCN this June as the state's best lacrosse and soccer teams battle for the state title. Exclusive coverage begins at 3 on Saturday, June 9th. For more information, visit PCNTV.com. PCN, Pennsylvania's championship network. Mike Conti, Rick Leuschner, and Mark Heckel on hand at the 2012 State Track and Field Championships on a brutally hot, I think in the 12 years that we've done this on PCN, probably the hottest state championship meet in terms of temperature and humidity. Next event is the AA Boys 110 hurdles, and let's take a look at the lane assignments with Sunil Hinton, the defending champion from Summit Academy, having graduated and now out of the field. Lane 1 will be on the right side of your screen. Jared Horde of Schuylkill Valley. Nick Conway of Port Allegheny in Lane 2. Eric Herzog of Tamaqua in Lane 3. Chris Lenz of Trinity in Lane 4. Todd Townsend of West Catholic in Lane 5. Tyler Horton of Bethlehem Catholic in Lane 6. Matt Moore of Southern Columbia in Lane 7. And Dustin Fuller of Washington is in Lane 8. Todd Townsend is the top returning finisher from last year. As you look at Eric Herzog of Tamaqua, who was a semifinalist last year. Townsend in Lane 5, the top returning finisher from last year, where he was 3rd, but he is the defending champion in the 300 hurdles, so he's going for his 2nd career gold medal. That is Jared Horn of Schuylkill Valley, making his first appearance here in a final heat.
Well, the stands are not packed, but they are full. Lots of umbrellas because of this heat. But the athletes are ready.
Hydration has been a real key throughout. In fact, they've been emphasizing that to the athletes. Take as much water as you can down on the infield without overhydrating. And I'll tell you, the snow cone and bottled water concession here today at Shippensburg, they're making a pretty decent amount of money, I would imagine.
The snow cone line is the longest, that's for sure.
So that's Townsend of West Catholic, maybe known more as a distance hurdler than a sprint hurdler, although he was the bronze medalist last year here in the 110 hurdles, but he won the 300 hurdles last year in his sophomore year. He was 13th place at the Penn Relays in the 400 hurdlers, and in fact we'll see Eric Futch a little later on, the top 400 hurdler in the country. We'll see him in the 300 hurdles among other events on the AAA side. But they're on the blocks here for the AA boys 110 hurdles. And when I say on the blocks, it appears as though Townsend is not going to use starting blocks.
Now that's unusual for a sprint, but I'll explain that about a hurdler.
Well, here we go. Good start out there in lane 1 by Jared Horn of Schuylkill Valley. Coming on is Lenz of Trinity in lane 4. Conway looking good from Port Allegheny in lane 2. And now here comes Townsend taking over. Todd Townsend going for his second career gold medal, and he gets it going away. Todd Townsend won the 300 hurdles last year, and now he's got a 110 hurdle gold in his pocket. 14:45 for Todd Townsend, the official winning time.
One of the things you have to do as a hurdler is as you drive out of the blocks, you need to get your head up to look at the first barrier. And so he's probably not using blocks so as to get his head up sooner, and that might be because he gets to the hurdle so fast that the blocks are actually interfering. That's speculation, I don't know. That was a great race. It was fairly even up through 2 to the third hurdle maybe. Here it comes. Very even. All these athletes have good arm action, and you can see, different from the girls' race, the boys must rotate their hip a little higher through to take their step because the hurdles are in fact higher. Tall females don't have to do much hurdling, but you can see here with the height of the barrier, they do have to elevate their hips off the ground to get over the hurdles.
So the second career gold medal for Todd Townsend, and that District 12 domination of these sprint events continue. Of course, the Philadelphia Public League came into this meet not all that long ago, and certainly we've seen Swenson dominate on the AA girls side, and now Todd Townsend of West Catholic puts his stamp on the AA boys sprint hurdles.
The sprint hurdles are the only race that you probably have an up and down motion bouncing down the track. And so what you do to avoid that loss of energy is you compress by leaning forward and bringing your legs up. So you actually dip your head as you go over the hurdles if you're a tall hurdler.
Here in AAA boys, the champion from last year is back to defend, but he's not the top seed. Let's take a look at the lane assignments for the AAA boys 110 hurdles. Jeff Elam there on the right from Greater Latrobe, bound for Eastern Michigan next year. He's in lane 1. Paul Wallman of Council Rock North in lane 2. Aaron Willett, bound for Memphis next year in lane 3. Maximilian Harrison of Wissahickon in lane 4. Wellington Zaza of Strathaven in lane 5. Good day for him in the triple jump yesterday. Chris Williams, the defending champion from Strathaven in lane 6. Savon Salter of Penn Hills in lane 7. And Nate Litchie of Eastern Lebanon County is in lane 8.
There appears to be a problem with one of the sets of blocks. Maybe that was the issue in that last race. They're having an official work on the blocks, and maybe he chose not to use them rather than have them slip.
There's Chris Williams, the defending champion. That was his only career gold medal. In fact, last year's 110 hurdles in his junior year, first time he had ever run in the outdoor state meet. It was a gold medal. Trying to repeat that this year, but he's going up against a talented field, including his Strathaven teammate there on the right side of your screen, Wellington Zaza, fine triple jumper. Zaza was 8th in this event last year. We'll see him in the 300 hurdles later. Williams, this is his only event of the day. And yeah, as Rick mentioned, there you see them working on the blocks, although those are the blocks in lane 4. Townsend started out of lane 5, so not exactly sure what's going on, but I would think if Townsend really wanted to use starting blocks in AA, they would have held everything up and made the necessary repairs. In any event, that is what the top seed Maximilian Harrison will run out of from Wissahickon in lane 4. Mentioned Elam there on the right out of Greater Latrobe. He's going to Eastern Michigan next year. In fact, that's a guy who didn't really even want to do the hurdles when he came into track and field. And then his coach has told him they thought he had the speed and the form to do it. And he's taken off since his freshman year. Some added confidence this year, according to his coach, Andy Weck. Willett, who's going to Memphis out of lane 3. He was the state champion in the indoor 60-meter hurdles. There are no 110 hurdles on the indoor card. 60 meters is the distance indoors. So we'll try to go for an indoor-outdoor double here. Very talented field in AAA boys.
It's a nice tight shot of a start. You'll be able to see good form and how they drive out of the blocks. Really overextension of arm driving back.
And it is Willett in lane 3 with the lead. Here comes Williams in lane 6 running alongside his teammate Zaza. It's Williams and Zaza, and Williams taking command at the final set of hurdles, and Williams has repeated as state champion in the 110 hurdles, going 13:91, bettering his winning time from last year by more than 0.2 of a second, and in fact, it is the 16th best time in the country this year. Chris Williams, the state championship, second year in a row.
Usually, our winners are coming from the inside lane. The 4th and 5th lane. But here's an example of just to get into the finals, he needed to either win his heat or, in fact, place with a top time. And here he wins from the 6th lane.
Had the luxury of being able to run alongside his teammate Wellington Zaza. And here's a look from start to finish.
All of these athletes seem quite tall, and they have a nice lead leg extension. And what they do is their lead arm, as it comes back, your trail leg actually comes through a window underneath your armpit. And his form was spot on. Nothing was disrupted as he went down.
So back-to-back gold medals for Chris Williams. That is his final run, individually at least, of his high school career.
Well, you commented on one of the athletes not being a top sprinter, but being fast enough to then move into the hurdles and be quite good. That's what you need to recognize as a coach. When an athlete may in fact not be the top 10 in the state and therefore not make it to the finals in the 100, if you could teach them how to hurdle, they could in fact be a state champion in that event. More athletes need to be willing to make a change and not only go for the glory events.
Well, pretty much anywhere you're watching in the Commonwealth today, you know how hot it is. And this is action recorded from the middle of the day, but I cannot underscore enough. And these fans are hardy souls here at Seth Grove Stadium. You see a lot of them resorting to the umbrellas to try to get some kind of shade. I mean, there is literally no cloud cover. There is zero breeze to speak of. Just no wind. It is a stagnant, very reminiscent of my hometown of Atlanta, kind of a smoggy, stagnant, very humid day here at Shippensburg. And I'll tell you what, I mean, we have the sprints here, and the sprinters don't mind this weather, but we have the mile run coming up after this. And for the poor kids who have been in the 3,200 or the 4x8 now are turning around and running the mile. My goodness, very challenging conditions. But anyhow, the hurdles are off the track, and we move on now to the AA girls 100-meter dash. And let's take a look at the lane assignments. Aaron Keene of Villa Joseph Marie will be in lane 1. Yvonne Lum of Bishop McDevitt in lane 2. Amani Neesmith of Swenson in lane 3. Jada Stewart of West Catholic in lane 4. Alyssa Wise of Washington in lane 5. Tiara Scott of Avonworth in lane 6. Lene Newsom of Brookville in lane 7. And Ellen Shepard of Central Columbia will be in lane number 8.
You can see quite a bit of open space. That was filled in this morning in the events. I think some people have left because it's hot.
Can't say I fault them. But as we turn our attention here to the AA Girls 100, Jada Stewart of West Catholic trying now to finally break through and get that first gold medal. She took silver in her sophomore and junior years, again, the lane assignments. Wise of Washington in lane 8, the MVP of the Washington Greene County Coaches Invitational from earlier this year. Her goal coming into the year, she said, was to go under 12 seconds in the 100. And here we go. Good start out of lane 2 by Kevon Lum. And here comes Stewart in lane 4 going for her first gold medal. Stewart outpacing Neesmith in lane 3. It's Stewart and Neesmith, and Stewart gets there and wins her first career gold medal. She's come so close so many times. Last year, second in the 100, third in the 200, fourth in the 200, her freshman year. And finally, she breaks through in her senior year to win her first career gold medal in a 12:07.
We'll find on the replay here, you can only run for about 60 meters. The last 40 meters is who decelerates the least. And what you'll find there is her form maintained through the last 40 meters enables her to slow down less. She wasn't running away from people, but she's slowing down less.
Second the last 2 years, sixth her freshman year, 3 top 5s in the 200, finally a gold medal.
Here's the start. They're fairly tight together, but watch the arm action, and there's very little movement from the shoulders down to the hips. It's just arms and legs, and it's repeating that quickly, as fast as you can. You want your foot to just paw back at the track and not stay on the track very long.
So Stewart's day here is done. She will not be in the 200. She wins her first career gold medal in a 12:07. On to AAA girls. There you see the field of 8. A legacy runner is the top seed. We'll explain that in a second. First, let's take a look at the lane assignments with Demisha Davis of Central Dauphin East in lane 1, Morgan Mamau of Manheim Central in lane 2, Angelica Gonzalez of Red Lion in lane 3, and then another Evans from Quakertown, but this is not the former state champion. It is Jody Ann in lane 4, Kenya Woodall of Cincinnati in lane 5, Courtney Mitchell of Central Dauphin East in lane 6, Jessica Whitmore, very decorated career for her out of Chambersburg in lane 7, and Lauren Costa of West Allegheny in lane 8. Her sister, the 2-time champion in the 400, now Jody Evans goes for her first career gold medal. She took 3rd as a sophomore in the 100 last year.
Congratulations to CD East. There are 2 athletes in this final as they bring the girls up.
Demisha Davis and Courtney Mitchell, the 2 Central Dauphin East runners. Kenya Woodall, who's next to Evans in lane 5, bound for Cincinnati next year. I mentioned Whitmore in lane 7. 3 times in her career, top 4 finishes here in the 100. Said she learned a lot from her former teammate Anissa Barber about how to prepare for big meets. Well, she's done well in the big meets so far. Barber, of course, now at University of Pittsburgh. Costa in lane 8. Her coach calls her the Grim Reaper because she takes the soul away from other runners. What will happen here? Evans got off the blocks nicely, as did Davis in lane 1. Demisha Davis, and now here comes Whitmore in lane 7 with a head of steam. Whitmore in lane 7, and late push by Woodall in lane 5, and let's see, we'll go to the FAT. Think it may have been Whitmore. We're waiting to find out.
That was the tightest race today other than those
4x8s. Still no word from the FAT, which means they're looking at the picture. The runners don't know who won either. We'll watch it again.
a fast start from Demisha Davis on the inside and Jessica Whitmore on the outside. And a late surge. Now it looks like...
from our angle, which is not the official angle, it looked like Whitmore, but we need to point out that our lift camera, operated by Evan Skelly today, is not exactly straight on the line, and there are special cameras operated by the Finish Link system. It appears Whitmore won. It looks like Whitmore thinks she won, but they still have not posted the result.
It says...
They give it to Woodall and a dead heat with Whitmore, 12:07. So
right,
it's
so
a photo to Woodall.
Yeah,
it
the
appears.
way that works, if they both finish in 12:07, it's rounded to the 100-second. It's actually gone out to the thousandth of a second on the camera, and they can go out to the 10,000th place. So we see Whitmore here in the lead from our angle, and it's the form, maintaining the form. And remember, this is torso. So what we see there is we're measuring from the base of the neck, and that was a dead heat. Now they have actually 3 cameras down there. There's one on either side of the track, and then there's also a backup system.
Now that is not the winner. That is Whitmore. She is being shown in second by the FAT. Kenya Woodall is the winner from Coatesville. But as Rick mentioned, you cannot technically have a finish any closer than that. We'll see if we can go back to that when we have more time, but we have to move on now to the AA Boys 100. Again, Kenya Woodall of Coatesville the winner, and again a final look at the start of that. Woodall is in lane 5, the C is on her jersey, and Whitmore is in the blue jersey in lane 7. And again, the angle you're seeing here is not the official finish angle. Meanwhile, the AA boys are on the block, so we'll go back to all this later. Trenton Coles, meanwhile, in AA boys trying to defend his championship here, but he's in lane 1, the bottom seed. Suzix, Moody, Slaughter, Allen, Gallus, Pickett, and Myers. And here we go. Coles got off nicely in lane 1. Here's Allen of West Middlesex in lane 5, and Khalil Slaughter of Sheffield takes it over in lane 4. Slaughter easily at a 10-8 time. Khalil Slaughter. Commanding victory for Khalil Slaughter of Sheffield. He was the runner-up last year. He's won it in his senior year. 10.85 for Khalil Slaughter.
He likes the 200, but today he was just dominant in the 100. We'll see. In the starts, he gets an excellent start out of the blocks, and he is actually leading from an early on, from 10 meters on. And you can see with his size and his stride length, what he's trying to do is get his feet going repetitively as fast as possible, because he could actually run slower if he has too long a stride.
You know, Trenton Coles, who was the defending champion, mentioned the bottom seat all the way down in lane 1. Part of the reason why that may be is because he suffered a pretty big knee injury during football season. In fact, he thought he wasn't even going to run track this year. His coach, Cassidy Yeager, convinced him to run a couple dual meets, but he's the defending state champion of the 200. He's not even going to run that.
Philly, Sheffield.
So Khalil Slaughter of Sheffield is the state champion in the AA Boys 100, going 10.85 in doing so. On to AAA Boys. A lot of familiar names in this final heat of 8. Now we'll take a look at the lane assignments. Niagara Mathis of Swenson is in lane 1. TJ Elliott of Central Dauphin East in lane 2. Andrew Adabihi of Milton Hershey in lane 3. Ryan Hines, the top seed from Central Bucks South in lane 4. Ronnie Gillespie of Upper Perkiomen in lane 5. Langston Northern of Stroudsburg in lane 6. Terrell Jones of Woodland Hills in lane 7. Forrest Barnes of Seneca Valley is in lane 8. Defending champion Tyler Smith of Norristown now running for Georgetown. He won it last year at a 10.87. Gillespie, the top returning finisher from last year. He's running in lane 5. Finished 3rd last year. That's a good champion of the 200.
That's a good shot. They look like they that camera's not in the way of the ambulance, and we can see all 8 runners.
And again, lane 1 on the right side of your screen, lane 8 on the left side of your screen as you see it there. So So Gillespie going for his second career gold medal, having won the 200 last year. Hines, the top seed, though, was 11:05 in the semifinal round about an hour ago.
That's also a good shot. You see the three assistant starters also watching, and they rotate through. Clean start.
And a good one in lane 2 by TJ Elliott. Adabihi in lane 3 running along with Hines in lane 4. Adabihi in the yellow, Hines in the blue, and we have another FAT finish. Adabihi thinks he won it. I think Hines may have just been a touch out in front, but we're going to wait and see. Hines also thinks he's won it. And it is Hines at a 10.96. Adabihi there is the runner-up. So Ryan Hines of Central Bucks South, his first career appearance in the finals of the 100 meters at the state meet. And he is the state champion.
That's the second race where we've had the same time, so this is being separated to the thousandth of a second by the finish links operators.
If it even makes sense, I feel like this race was actually a little bit of a wider margin of victory than what we saw in AAA girls. Here it is from start to finish.
Good drive phase. Yeah, that is quite close. In fact, it may be the fact that not leaning to cross the line versus leaning to cross the line is the difference in a gold and silver medal.
We should probably explain again, as we do every year, it's the torso that has to come across the line first. That is what's measured. It's not a head or a foot. It's
or
the
a hand.
torso.
Yeah, it's the base of the neck where your shoulders are coming out. That's what they're looking for. And sometimes you lean with your chest, so your chest crosses first.
Someone might be collapsing.
And incidentally, the winning time in AA is actually a little faster than the winning time in AAA. On to the AA girls mile run now. 12 made the field for the final, and here are the top seeds. Kennedy Weisner of Elk County Catholic, runner-up last year. Erica Huffman of Wyalusing Valley, but Angel Picarillo of Homer Center, that's the one to watch. The indoor champion in the 1600, the indoor champion in the 3000, but perhaps most notably, she is the number 2 1600 runner in the country, bound for Villanova next year. A fantastic talent, the 2-time defending champion. Yesterday, as one of the observers in the media tent said of her, it was really just a jog through for her to turn in a 5:14.99, but she was not really going all that hard, and she is the overwhelming favorite here in this mile run.
Yes. And her goal today is to run 4 consecutive 70-second laps.
Whoops. Saw a little flinch by Jill Wallace of North Clarion, and again the starter brings him back.
And she's going to be coming back in the 4x4. Doing that for the team.
And she's running the 800. So here we go in a race that may not be quite as much of a blowout as some may be predicting. And I say that because you have Kennedy Weisner, who was 5th at the Penn Relays in the mile run, the runner-up last year, the runner-up in cross country. Picarillo won cross country this year, but Weisner, who's there to the left of her as you see it, is going to stick with her for a while. But Angel Picarillo, a straight A student in a tiny, tiny school. It's remarkable that really one of the best athletes in the country comes out of a senior class of only 68 students there at Homer Center. And it's also amazing to think that she began running the mile in just her sophomore year of high school. And here she is now really the best in the country, or among the best. Had a chance to go to the University of Tennessee, opted to stay a little bit closer to home and go to Villanova. Coach Michael Gentile has really groomed her into quite a monster here in these middle distance events. We'll see her in the 800 later, and here she is going for her 3rd consecutive mile run championship.
So that's a 68 on the first lap. So maybe she's feeling really loose because of the heat. We'll see how she holds up. What you notice about her stride is her push off. Her foot lands, and with her back kick, do you see how much force she gets? Because within 150 meters of the start of this race, she was already leading. And it just seems like every one of her strides just results in so much more force forward.
Look at that gap.
Distance.
Weisner and Picarillo, and then all the way back to Erica Huffman.
That's already 60 meters of lead, and they're not even to the halfway point.
Just 2 minutes into the run right now, as a matter of fact, and Picarillo looks like she's out for a Saturday morning stroll. So now let's see what Weisner has in the tank here with Picarillo on state record pace. That state record, by the way, has been on the books for 32 years. Donna McLean of East York High School set it back in 1980, a 4:52.03. Picarillo narrowly missed that last year. She won it in a 4:53. Second half of the race now, and as expected, Weisner is sticking with Picarillo.
Right on that pace. She's averaging now about 70, give or take a half a second. And now this will be where she grinds out. This is the lap that most people have trouble with in the mile or the 1600. The third lap is where you mentally, your mind starts to wander, or you get tired. So this is where you have to push through.
If you watched the cross-country championship back in November, this should look very familiar because these were the top two. In fact, Picarillo has won cross-country twice in a row, but Weisner was the runner-up to her this year. And now Picarillo. Will the heat affect her here in the final lap? Will the fact that she comes back and runs twice more today affect her in the final lap? She opens up a margin on Weisner. We'll keep an eye on the clock again. That 32-year-old state record is a 4:52. And Picarillo, it is very attainable. If she can throw down a 72nd lap here, she would be in the 4:41 range, and now we're getting close to some really elite times.
That's another 70 lap, and she's 100 meters ahead of the third place girl.
Best time of the country this year, by the way, as you look at the battle for third, is a 4:37.66. Mary Kane of Bronxville, New York, had that at the Penn Relays. So here we go now. Picarillo, no one around her as Weisner has fallen back. And it's really a race against the clock now for this straight-A student, Angel Picarillo. Chuck McKinney, the founder of the Baldwin Invitational, will say you can always tell the great ones, and she truly looks like she's in a class by herself. Well, she's in a class by herself today, and she's running only against the clock at this point. Truly a historic time in the works here for Angel Picarillo of Homer Center.
The crowd has come to their feet. We're seeing a nice shot of that. Everyone's clapping.
It'll be her third straight championship in the mile run, but this time will be in the stratosphere of all-time great performances in the history of this state. Angel Picarillo has shattered a 32-year-old state record by 13 seconds, and it is the best time, beg your pardon, the second best time in the country this year. 4:39 for Angel Picarillo, 4:39.42. Historic.
Her last 200 meters was in 33 seconds. That's maintaining quite a pace.
And again, she did that with heat indices touching 110.
So she maintained her 70 pace, and just as a little exclamation point, she ran under 70 for the last lap.
Unbelievable. Said when she started running the mile, she was so naive. She didn't really realize at first that it was a big deal, but you get a lot of respect for running the mile, and she has just sent a pretty big shockwave across the country with that time. The second best time in the country this year, going sub 4:40, and here she is in the finish looking calm and casual and fully in control.
And what's different about her race compared to everything else we've seen kicks in every race that we've seen this morning, except in the sprints, but she maintained the same form, the same pace the whole time. There's Don Rich of Penn Track XC.
They're good friends.
Good friends, and
fact, Don Rich hosted Angel at his house the night before the Penn Relays. Angel was talking about what a great lasagna dinner she had at Don Rich's house. A fact I read, by the way, on PennTrackXC.com, which, while we mentioned Don Rich, have to point out what a great resource that has been for us in preparing for this meet. Here are the top qualifiers now in AAA girls. Sarah Sargent, who was the 3,200 champion back in 2010, is here, as is Tori Gerlach. She'll be going for her second gold medal of the day. She won the 3,200 earlier. Again, heavily laden with District 1 and 7 runners. Shiva from Penn Ridge, Gerlach from Penn Ridge. You have Malone and Greba, District 7 runners out of North Hills and Norwin, respectively. They are the top-seeded runners based on the times they turned in the semifinals yesterday. 12 advanced to the final in this 4-lap race. Shiva on the right, Margot Malone there in the middle, bound for Syracuse next year. She is the defending champion.
We focused on Picarillo there. The second place time was also 4:48, which is National Honor Roll time. That was, we neglected to say that. That was truly a fantastic time, too.
4:48 would be in the top 15 times in the country this year. Out to the front goes Sarah Sargent, familiar face, the junior from Pennsbury. We all remember that 2-mile run back in 2010 when she and Katie Kinkhead had that duel for the ages and the bump and the collision and talk of a foul. And in fact, replays prove that Sargent was not in the wrong, and she had that gutsy come from behind victory. Now she is focusing on just running the mile. And Tori Gerlach, we talk about the potentially exhausting day that she faces, having already run 2 miles this morning and now coming back with the heat indices in the triple digits and running another mile. So a gut check for her, someone who prides herself so much on her kick. We'll see what's left in the tank after a very grueling morning.
Yeah, this seems to be a different strategy race. All 12 girls here are packed very close together, within 5 meters of each other. It's certainly not at the pace of the previous race, but it may pick up. It just means it's a conservative start due to the heat and humidity, and then to see how they feel as the race progresses.
So Sargent still out in front, wearing tag number 1. Then it's Greba. First appearance in the 1600 finals for her. Malone, the defending champion, tucked in behind them. She's going to Syracuse next year. Malone's sister Mary is on the North Hills track team. She was 11th to Margot, in fact, in that mile run last year, which she won. Nice family moment for them. Still Sargent out in front, though, but a very tightly crowded pack here as we come down to the halfway point. Sargent, Greba, and then Gerlach and Malone, the top 4. Shiva's in the mix as well, the freshman from Penn Ridge. So Penn Ridge has 2 in the top 5 here. Been a good day for Penn Ridge, obviously, with Gerlach's victory earlier.
It's a 2:30 opening, so we're on 5-minute pace. One of the things I'd like to comment about Sarah's form is when the camera shows her, a lot of times when you're just running pace, you run too upright, and actually some people have a lean back. And when you look at Sarah, she has a slightly forward body lean, and that's the only way you're ever going to run fast, is to have your center of mass out over your feet, so you're actually pushing yourself. You can't pull yourself, and that's classic people leaning back.
Looked like Sargent was in some difficulty there, and now here's Gerlach coming to the front and taking Malone with her. Looked like facially that Sargent was showing some signs of discomfort. Gerlach looks a little more comfortable.
Giving up the lead there, so the 3 of them are still running together. She led the race for 2 laps, so it's typical that you do get a change, because mentally that's draining. Well, here comes the all-critical lap.
The final lap. Gerlach, Malone, and Sargent. 3 all-stars in distance running in this state. And a late push by Hannah Grossman, the runner-up in cross-country last year from Strathaven. She's in 4th. Can she run down the leaders? Looks like the leaders are coming back to the rest of the field actually here, Rick.
They are. So We've dropped off, and now we're going to. This race is a perfect setup for the kicker, and that is the person who has the best last 200 or best last 300 of the race.
And that could be Marissa Shiva of Penn Ridge, the freshman. Around Malone she goes, and now she's into the lead.
But I wouldn't count Sarah Sargent out, and in fact, she's making her move. Is there enough space for her to make it up?
Exactly. 200 meters to go now, and Marissa Shiva may have sprung a surprise, but here comes a hard push by Sargent out in front of all of this. 150 meters to go now. Shiva trying to hold off Sargent. Sargent going for her second gold medal. Is there enough time? Almost a repeat of her championship in the 3200 2 years ago. Sargent looking for any kind of room around Shiva. Can she get there in time? She can, and again there's a little bit of a collision. Here they come stride for stride to the line, and Sargent got it. Almost a repeat of 2 years ago when it was Sargent and Kinkhead, and now Sargent wins the mile for the first time, but the similarities were eerie, right down to maybe some potential contact between Sargent and Shiva. And for Shiva there, disappointment as she settles for runner-up. 4:51.04, the winning time for Sargent.
Sarah Sargent is a true competitor, and that's just proof of what it takes to be a top distance runner. You never ever give up, and I think the key to her success is she changes her mechanics. And watching her, she ran the 4x4 yesterday, and she takes so many more steps than other athletes. And I think when we see this finish, as she comes down, and here it is, look at her turnover and how many more times her feet are in contact with the ground. And that means she's getting more power out of each step. Well, she's getting more power out of shorter time duration on the track. And you
no
can
contact,
see that.
No contact as we see the head on. It looked like maybe from the side there was something going on there, but no contact. I'm telling you, it is eerie, the similarities between that and her gold medal 2 years ago in the 3200, Rick. Almost identical. Unbelievable. And now to AA boys, and here are the top qualifiers. Keaton Knapp had the best run yesterday, 4:24.81 out of Masterman. Zebrecht, Smathers, DiPietrantonio for the second time today. Wolf, Jewett, Howes, Shern for the second time today. Boy, oh boy. Shern trying to win his second gold. He was the 3200 champion earlier. DiPietrantonio was in the top five. There is Zebrecht of Iroquois, who went 4:25.73 yesterday. Smathers there to his right from Northeast, the runner-up from last year, the sixth place finisher from cross country.
What we want to look for with Smathers is his comeback kick.
Smathers said he did a lot more mileage in the off-season this year, trying to prepare for this year. We'll see him in the 800 later as well, but
look at that surge to the front. He told me after the trial, with 3 laps to go, he said he actually I was down at the corner. He told the other runners, we got a kick, because he was worried about who was coming up from behind. And he actually said Wolf, and Wolf's in third place from Anvil. He said we got to watch him.
But out in front right now is Kurt Jewett of Northeast Bradford, Rick. First finals appearance for him in the 1600. Smathers is in second. And then, as you said, it is Wolf of Anvil Cleona with the long hair. Hard for us to miss him. And then Knapp is tucked in fourth right now.
These boys are running over 6 meters a second. If you want to convert that, that's over 20 feet a second, and they're maintaining that for over 4 minutes. So let's look at their form. We're going to look at who breaks down the least throughout the duration of the race. And look, he said he would set the pace because he didn't want anybody who had a good kick to come up on him.
Smathers, the school mascot at Northeast High School, the Grape Pickers. Trying to pick a gold medal now out of the heat of Shippensburg, and he's running away from Kurt Jewett as we approach the halfway point.
And look at his form. He seems so much more in control. Look at the focus of his head. You see already some other runners in the back. Their heads are down. They're feeling the effects of the heat.
Go, Brendan!
But he isn't. Look at the intense look.
Smathers, Jewett, and Nath. With Wolf fourth, halfway split at 2:07.
That's a good angle. This gives you an idea how fast they're running by you for running what we consider a distance race.
So that's the margin between Smathers and Jewett.
You can see the haze coming off the track. I don't know what the humidity is outside. It's at least 40% right now. We'll get a reading on that, and we'll get another temperature reading.
If you're just joining us, this is, I think, pretty easily the hottest day we've had here at the State Track and Field Finals, at least in our 12 years of doing this here at PCN. And unlike years past where there was natural grass on the infield and maybe a little bit more shade in the stadium area, it's now an artificial surface, and it is just bathed with heat and humidity down there on the surface right now. Tough day for everyone, especially the distance runners. And Smathers trying to hold on now for his first career gold medal. He was the runner-up in the mile last year, 12th in the 800 last year. Those his best career finishes. Trying to hold off Jewett now with 3/4 of a lap to go. And that's the field all the way back to 12th. And Smathers is pulling away. Smathers, the 5th place finisher from cross country. As long as he can keep his feet and keep his balance, he's going to have his first career outdoor gold medal. Jewett is 2nd. And moving into 3rd now, Dalton Zebrick of the Iroquois. But it is Ryan Smathers gutting it out here on a hot, hazy afternoon at Shippensburg. He's going to win the mile run. And Ryan Smathers of Northeast in a 4:12 wins the gold medal in the mile run.
62nd last lap, and he runs 4:12. 4:12 is the national honor roll time, so he just a fraction off that. But what a great effort, especially in the heat for all these young men.
And a hug from Jewett. Two Northern Tier Pennsylvania standouts there, Smathers and Jewett. And Ryan Smathers from the Great Pickers of Northeast wins his first career gold medal. Said he did a lot more in the offseason to prepare this year, including more mileage. And it pays off here at Shippensburg with a gold medal in the mile run.
And here's the finish again. You notice how focused he is. Again, no movement in the core of the body, the torso. It's all just driving arms and driving legs. And that's fast when your hair flies back like that.
So Smathers pumps his fist in victory. Gold medalist in the mile run, and now we get a chance to see one of the very best in the country coming up in AAA boys. Oddly, Drew Magaha, who has the best 800 time in the country this year, decided not to run the 800. He's running instead in the 1600 to defend his championship. Going to Penn next year, but he's not the top seed. He had basically a jog through yesterday. Tom Coyle of LaSalle College is the top seed based on his run yesterday of a 4:18.49. Moran Jaskowak, will see him for the second time. Humler and then Magaha. Nick Rotz, Shetler, and Zingrini, the top 8 seeds in the field of 12. Magaha took 4th at the Penn Relays of the mile run. Mentioned he had the best time in the country in the 800. That actually came in an invitational back in April. But opts not to do the double and instead just focus on defending his mile championship.
All the 1600s have been run in 2 lanes. You mentioned that. I think everybody watching is understanding that now. You come together after 100 meters on the backstretch, then we'll see the camera show how they come together. And now we're looking for people to settle into their stride You'll see they'll drop their arms a little.
So Coyle decides to set the early pace. This is first appearance at the state meet. Behind him is Humler of Strathaven. Humler was the 11th place finisher in the mile run at the Penn Relays. And then Magaha places himself in kind of a watching position right now as the rest of the field works this out in front of him.
Now these runners, you see how they're spread out a little, and that's because they all are seeking their stride, and they don't want to get caught inside, or they don't want to get caught behind somebody where they can't make a move when needed to surge. So this is spread out as a tactical.
So Humler has the lead after the first lap. Followed by Coyle. I believe it's Jaskowak of Grove City, the cross-country runner-up, currently in the third position. No, beg your pardon, that is Alex Moran of Mount Lebanon. Moran, by the way, going to Michigan next year. He was 5th last year in the mile run.
Michigan, and he's a pre-med major.
And no sign really of Magaha yet here. Still early. Coming down to the halfway point. Jaskowak is in the mix, as is Chris Trimble of North Penn.
Yeah, the first 800 in the 16 is rote. You're just running through the motion unless there's a strategy for you.
Magaha is all the way back at 12th, Rick, and I saw him bob his head and look down a couple times back there as he came by us, and I'm wondering if he may be in some difficulty.
It's very possible. He could also be saving it for the big finish, because if you can pass people in a race like this, that's kind of fun to eat them up as you come in.
Watch him come into your picture here. That's him all the way back there. I think he's in some difficulty. So this will be interesting to watch here if he has anything left in the tank. Humler has the lead.
And he looks strong. He's led now for 2 laps.
Magaha is way back at this, 100 meters behind everyone with 1 lap to go. So we'll have to follow up on that story later. Humler out in front, Coyle is in second, and Moran in third.
And they're all looking around to see what's going to happen with 400 to go, then 300.
Humler had a good showing at the Penn Relays, as I mentioned, where he was 11th.
Right on him, Tom!
Field behind them, trying to give chase, but this lead pack of 3 has not changed much. Humler, Coyle, Moran, the top 3. Coyle looking for his first medal in this event, as is Humler. Moran was 5th last year, and here is Moran kicking hard on the backstretch.
He's taking his surge with 250 to go.
Alex Moran, bound for Michigan next year, as Rick mentioned, a pre-med major, but can he be held off by Humler? What a duel here with 100 meters to go. Magaha, by the way, is starting to make a move forward, but is way out of time. And it's going to be Humler. Now here comes Coyle. Coyle with a late push on his outside, down the middle of the backstretch. Coyle makes the pass. Coyle, Humler, it's Coyle in a 4:11.9. What a comeback effort by Coyle.
59 last lap.
4:11.97. Tom Coyle of LaSalle College.
Well, we saw that race start off on a conservative note, and then it was grind into the track, pulling away. Camaraderie of these guys, because they, as I said, they probably warmed up together, and then they come out on the track. That was quite an impressive last 100. That had to be under 16 seconds for his last 100. So 15, 14.
And we certainly want to make sure we're giving Coyle his due, but I think one of the stories that we'll probably have to wait until much later to put a stamp on is what happened to Magaha, who just looked like he was in difficulty throughout. The defending champion finishes way, way back, and this is only event of the day. Here's the finish, and it's Coyle coming all the way back from third.
Yeah, you can see it's mechanics here. He has a much quicker leg turnover and arm stroke, and that's why he's able to continue to accelerate, as opposed to Moran there. He's got his head back, and he's reaching out to run.
Just pure guts by Tom Coyle, as you mentioned, Rick. Hug there from Magaha. Long embrace. And Moran there as well.
I need the top 8 on the green benches, please.
Well, that's why they run the races, right? I mean,
that's correct.
A lot of people come in as heavy favorites, and predictions can be made, and then you get a surprise. And
great day.
Coyle, he was the top seed. It's not a total shock, but a lot of people have their eyes on Magaha being the top 800-meter runner in the country and trying to defend his championship here, and he was not a factor.
Awesome. So
back to the track we go. The AA girls 400-meter dash is next up. Defending champion Michelle Davis of West Catholic is now at Temple. She won it last year in a 55.26. So let's take a look at the lane assignments. Marina Wareham of Kennedy Catholic in lane 1. Ruthie Neely of Beaver area in lane 2. Kim Watterson of Springdale in lane 3. Amani Harris Quinlan of Swenson had a great day yesterday, the top seed in the 400 and among the top seeds of the 200. Amy Vitti of Hanover in lane 5. Melanie Hartley of Milton area in lane 6. Samantha Gibson of Trinity Christian in lane 7. And a freshman, Nicole Lianzo of Harrisburg Christian in lane 8.
I did my student teaching at Milton Area High School way back when.
Well, that is Harris Quinlan of Swenson, the top seed here in the 400, and she's also among the top seeds in the 200. Although, as I say that, she will be actually seated third in the final. Ran a 24.85 this morning, but going for her first and potentially 2 gold medals today. She was third last year. And Watterson, who will be to her inside in lane 3. Springdale runner who's bound for Syracuse next year. Syracuse has done a terrific job recruiting this state. They are often running one lap around the track, and they start on a stagger. But you can see already that Harris Quinlan is making up that stagger big time in lane 4.
Right, and she is just dominating this race, and now we're into the sprint racing, and so we're in lanes the entire way around the track.
This should not be a surprise. Harris Quinlan was a full second better than anyone yesterday, a big margin in the 400. And she is in command of this right now with Hartley of Milton apparently in second in lane 6. But look at that margin, and you'll get a really good look at it as they come to the top of the stretch here. Amani Harris Quinlan of Swenson commanding this 400. Watterson in second in lane 3.
And that's her strength. She gets out, and then she likes to hold on as best she can to the hard-charging athletes.
Watterson is going to make her hold on, but now a second win for Harris Quinlan and Amani Harris Quinlan. This is big team points for Swenson. She comes in with the gold medal time of a 56.36. And Swenson needing to scrap out everything they can get on the track because Hickory has racked up so many points in the field in this overall team race. That's a big victory for Amani Harris Quinlan and her team of Swenson. And we'll see her again later go for a second gold in the 200.
Well, that was her goal, to go in the 56s. She said she needed to get the first 150 meters. She needed to get out. In fact, she made the stagger up, and by the 200 mark, she had passed the 8th lane runner. What you see in her form when we see her finish again, she just has technically wonderful form, and because it's so exaggerated, it looks beautiful. Very efficient. Here she comes. You see she continues to drive her arms to assist her legs with this stride. And her race is about a stride pattern. And she maintained that the whole way. And her legs get very tight on these races.
So we'll see her a little later on go for a second gold medal in the 200. On to AAA girls now, and here are the lane assignments. Megan Lundy of Central York will run collegiately here at Shippensburg next year. Jordan Matthews going to Kansas State next year in lane 2. Kayla Williams of Penn Wood in lane 3. Sarah Helgeson of Hempfield in lane 4. Kenya Woodall going for her second gold medal, having won the 100 earlier in lane 5. Unusual to have a 100-400 double. Abby O'Connell of North Hills in lane 6. Hannah Green of Greater Latrobe in lane 7, and Caitlin Gold of Cedar Cliff in lane 8. Woodall becoming a big story here as you look at Helgeson in lane 4. But Woodall, who will be on her outside in lane 5, has become a real story. That very close win over Whitmore in the 100. Now trying for a very unusual 100-400 double. She was runner-up here in the 400 last year, but won the 400 in the indoor meet back in February. There you see her, bound for Cincinnati next year.
Yeah, she has said she'd like to finish the story. She started as the indoor champion. She says she's going to finish this story by being the outdoor champion.
Going for her second gold medal in about an hour. Abby O'Connell of North Hills, who starts to her outside, was the third-place finisher last year, nicknamed the Little Princess.
She's going to Duquesne, I see.
By the way, that Little Princess nickname, kind of a joke because she has such a hard-nosed demeanor. Let's see if the Little Princess can take one away from the gold medalist in the 100 as they're on their way. And Woodall got off nicely and is making up that stagger already in lane 5, isn't she?
Wow. Just like the last race. It's the first 150 that's making the race, not the finish.
The runner-up last year. This is her final appearance at the state meet. Bound for Cincinnati next year. And dominating here in the 400. Helgeson starting to come on now in lane 4. As is Williams in lane 3. But this has been all Kenya Woodall. She won the 100. She's about to win her second gold medal of the day. Kenya Woodall of Coatesville. Best performance on the track so far today. Her second gold medal, going 53 seconds. Close to a state record, 53:40. Almost got Leah Walker's state record of a 53:11. And she has won a gold medal for the second time today.
Certainly under the National Honor Roll time is 55 flat.
In fact, 53:40 is the 6th best time in the country this year.
Well, she took that race from the start. She had made up all the staggers and was leading the race before the 200 mark. And you can tell she maintained her form. So that's 2 races in a row where we have the maintaining of the form almost to a stride pattern. That's the success. So if you can maintain that, the longer you can maintain that, the better the race is going to be. And here she comes with the last 100 meters. She keeps her head up. She's driving her arms. Her one arm does come, her left arm does come across her body. But as she's going down, oh, that knee lift was getting tough at the end. There's, you see how her left arm comes across the midsection. Oftentimes you only see that as the right arm as you come across on the turn in a 200.
But you can't do any better than what she's done today. 2 gold medals and an unusual double, the 100 and the 400. Not unheard of, but unusual. Near capacity crowd in the sweltering heat here at Seth Grove Stadium in Shippensburg. Glad you're with us here for this Memorial Day weekend tradition here on PCN. We quickly go back to the track of the boys AA 400-meter dash. The lane assignments: Lucas Benton of GIR in lane 1, Andrew Nelson of Holy Cross in lane 2, Dustin Fuller of Washington in lane 3. Bryce Straffen's been a good story this year out of Clarion in lane 4, the defending runner-up. Nico Zosner of Greenville in lane 5, Ben Mason of Annville Cleona in lane 6, Jacob Ashkettle of Southern Fulton in lane 7, and Caleb Johnson of Northern Lehigh in lane 8. Straffen, the runner-up last year, will run the 200 later on today. And here he goes in search of his first career gold medal. By far the best time of anyone yesterday, the only one under 49 seconds. But Zosner of Greenville got off the blocks nicely in lane 5. Zosner wearing the blue and white. And on the right of him is Straffen. They are the top two as we come to the 200-meter point. Then Mason of Annville Cleona hanging in there in lane 6. And here comes Fuller of Washington in lane 3. But Straffen has found another gear now. Straffen and Fuller, with Fuller to his inside. Straffen in lane 4, Fuller in lane 3, and Straffen powering his way towards the finish line now. Trying to win his first career gold medal in his senior year, and Bryce Straffen will do just that, winning it in a 48:29.
Well, that's a great time.
He was by far the dominant runner in the 400 in AA this year across the state, and he follows through with the gold medal here in Shippensburg.
And look at the size of this runner. What we've seen in the girls' races it was the lightweight runner with the stride pattern. Bryce Straffen is a big guy. He's a football player. He plays basketball. And he rounds out the year by winning a gold medal for track and field, and he's headed to Edinburgh as a pre-med major. So there's the total package.
Not bad. Indeed.
Catch you after the medal.
You can see he's getting a little tight there. Okay, as we watch him come down, do you see it's his upper body strength that maintains his arm action, and he has just great knee lift as he comes down. So it's the combination of that knee lift with the power he has in his upper body.
And you're right, he is getting tight. I mentioned how he qualified for the 200, but he did not make the final, so his day is over. He can go get a massage now if he wants.
You can see him next to these other athletes.
Yeah, he towers over them.
Take your water in with you, please. Have a seat. Enjoy.
On to AAA boys now. Here are the lane assignments. With Hanif Hardy of Swenson in lane 1. Jonathan Stiles of Penwood in lane 2. Malik Jones of Monsignor Bonner in lane 3. Oliver Philogene of Seneca Valley in lane 4. Terrence Taylor of Conestoga Valley in lane 5. Quail Elijah of Ben Salem in lane 6. Tyler Ross of Greater Latrobe in lane 7. And Corey Hackett of Hatboro Horsham in lane 8.
I would suspect this race will be closer than the other 400s.
Ross there won the 400 in the indoor season up at Penn State, bound for Eastern Michigan next year, where he'll run with his teammate Jeff Elam. First career appearance in the state outdoor meet, by the way, for Tyler Ross. But you're right, Rick, when you look at the seed times, it was really only a half-second margin between the top 5 or 6 runners yesterday in the semifinals. Ross, one of 6 seniors here in the field of 8. Last year's champion, Matt Gilmore. Cheltenham now at Penn State, won it in a 47.81. That is Malik Jones of Monsignor Bonner, sophomore, making his first appearance in the state meet.
That's a good shot of how the athletes place their hands down. Your hands have to be behind the line. They can't, in fact, touch the line, or that's a false start.
You see Oliver Philogene get out of the box there, semifinalist last year from Seneca Valley. Terrence Taylor of Conestoga Valley looking good early in lane 5. Well, Elijah Ben Salem trying to push, and all the way down in lane 2. Good start by Jonathan Stiles of Penwood, along with Jones of Monsignor Bonner. Don't overlook Ross, though, in lane 7. He's making up some of that stagger. Indoor champion in the 400, trying to back it up with an outdoor championship as he runs towards Ypsilanti, Michigan, where he'll go to college next year. Philogene is there, though, in lane 4, and he's got the point. Oliver Philogene of Seneca Valley, the senior who was a semifinalist last year, trying to hold off Malik Jones in lane 3, and Philogene is going to do it winning it in a time just over 47 seconds. 47:43 for Oliver Philogene of Seneca Valley to win the gold medal.
And that makes the National Honor Roll time. Philogene said he needs to get out fast, but he needs to finish better. He didn't finish in the trials very well, and he had to do that because Malik Jones said his best part of his race is the last 100, so he knew he would be coming on.
First career medal of any variety for Philogene, and it's a gold medal.
Well, he said he'd be in the low 47s if he just finished better, and he certainly had that today.
Not a race he led from the get-go by any stretch. But the second half belonged to him.
All right, that concludes the 400s.
And we'll have the 4x1 coming up, along with plenty more from Seth Grove Stadium in Shippensburg as our coverage of the State Track and Field Championship continues.
Coverage of the 2012 PIAA Track and Field Championships is underwritten in part by the Pennsylvania Egg Farms.
Today's high school athletes compete in the Native American sport that dates back hundreds of years in the PIAA Lacrosse Championships on PCN. The boys matchup begins at 3 p.m. on June 9th, followed by the girls action at 5. PCN, the home of PIAA High School Sports Championships. Roll out the blueprint and get an inside look at Pennsylvania's factories. From motorcycles to chocolate, pliers to microbrews. PCN Tours takes you inside Pennsylvania's factories to show you how things are made. Your guide from the company will walk you through the whole process, from raw materials to the finished product. You'll be amazed at what's made in Pennsylvania. Tune in to PCN Tours, Sunday nights at 8, only on PCN, Pennsylvania's neighborhood. People, community, neighborhoods. PCN, Pennsylvania's neighborhood. The road to your dining room table starts well before dinner hits your plate. From the farms to the table documents in exact detail the steps from growing your food to harvesting it and onto selling products in your local grocery store. PCN, working alongside Pennsylvania's Farm Bureau, has developed a rich and intriguing 6-part series that connects the dots and the stops to Pennsylvania's largest industry. Now you can own the From the Farms to the Table series on DVD or Blu-ray for a special price. Each DVD is just $14.95 or $49.95 for the set. Blu-ray copies are available for $18.95 each or $59.95 for all 6 parts. People all over Pennsylvania welcome PCN into their homes every day. And now is your chance to knock on our door. Tell us what you think. We want to hear from you. Just email us at info@pcntv.com.
The action continues here at Shippensburg, and the high school Super Bowl, the Big 33 Football Classic, returns to PCN this June the 16th. Watch live coverage as Pennsylvania takes on Ohio in this pigskin favorite. For more information, visit pcntv.com. PCN, Pennsylvania's neighborhood. Certainly looking forward to that trip to Chocolatetown in a couple weeks, but our attention now as we move into the second half of the day at Shippensburg, we go to the always chaotic 4x1 relay, and this is the AA girls field. And we mentioned that tightening team race between Hickory, which racked up so many team points in the field, and Swenson, which is racking it up on the track. Swenson has the top-seeded relay in the 4x4, and they're top-seeded here as well in the 4x1. Bloomsburg, Bishop McDevitt, Trinity, Villa Joseph Marie, Mount Pleasant, Paul Robeson, and Wellsboro rounding out the field of 8. And Rick, it seems like every year in the 4x1, something happens that's not expected, a drop of a baton, interference, someone running out of lane. Anything can really happen, and everything needs to be so precise on these exchanges.
Yeah, you've really got to be on your best game here at States. Swenson is so far out in front of the other teams by 2 seconds on their 4x1 time, so They need to get the baton around. That's all they need to do, and they're going to win.
In fact, Swenson, the time they turned in yesterday was a state record time, 47:04. I believe in order for it to count as a state record, it has to come in the championship final.
Correct. It has to be in the final day.
So if they simply run at the level or close to the level that they ran yesterday, they're going to break a one-year-old state record, 47:65, that was set last year by their public league counterpart, West Catholic. Swenson was the indoor champion of the 4x4. I mentioned that they are the top seed in the 4x4, and Amani Harris-Quinlan, who just moments ago won a gold medal in the 400, looks like she's going to be the anchor here in the 4x1.
I just went outside to see how the temperature's changing, and the breeze has picked up, although the flag is straight down right now, but there was a breeze out there, and it's cooled off a little, and the heat index is not as hot, so that's good news for the distance.
And by the way, I misspoke. We saw Harris Quinlan on the block. She will run lead for Swenson here, not anchor. Beg your pardon. If it's cooled down, it hasn't cooled down in my head. It is a microwave up here in the booth at Seth Grove Stadium. The runner from Trinity in lane 3.
And there's the dead flag, no breeze.
It's a legal win for record purposes, at least. So Swenson, all they have to do, you would think, as Rick mentioned, is pass the batons off cleanly and be conservative on the exchanges, and they're going to have not only a victory, but maybe a state record. First pass of the baton, very safe and very clean. And you see Swenson making up that stagger quickly on the backstretch into the second of 4 exchange zones. And here's the pass of the baton for Swenson. Oh, a bobble! And it was in the zone, so they're still clean. Into the final exchange zone, but that was very, very close for Swenson. Here's the final pass of the baton. It's safe, and now it is Swenson running against the clock for a state record. Even with a bobble of a baton, it's still going to be a sterling winning time for Swenson. Their first relay victory today. It is not a state record. It is 7/10 slower than their time yesterday, and I'm sure a lot of that will have to do with the bobble of the baton, but still with all of that, it is a gold medal for Swenson, 47-77. What gave me pause, Rick, with that second pass of the baton, it was such a long bobble that I was wondering if the pass was going to be made within the exchange zone, and it looks like they just got it in.
Well, for fans out there, you must get the relay baton between the two blue triangles on the track. You can you can't touch the baton prior to the zone or after the zone, or it's considered a violation. It has to be within the zone. It's not your feet, it's not the body, it's the baton itself. So there are actually 8 officials over at each, or 4 officials, excuse me, at each zone, and they're each watching only 4 lanes at one part of the zone. So everybody's being watched.
And I believe all the white flags went up indicating no violation. But that just goes to show you how chaotic the 4x1 can be. In any event, it is Swenson winning the first of what could very well be 2 relay gold medals. And this team race between Swenson and Hickory and AA girls is going to be very, very close by the time all the field results come in. On to AAA girls now.
So you can see the official there with the flag. There are 2 colors. There's a yellow and a white. White is clear or no violation. Yellow is a violation. And that's to separate it from the field events that use red and white. Red being a violation.
Coatesville here, running out of lane 5. Kenya Woodall has won the 100 and the 400. Will we see her here in the 4x1? One would imagine so. Rest of the field, Hempfield, Harry S. Truman, Penn Ridge, who won the 4x200 indoors back in February. There is no 4x1 indoors. Central Dauphin East, Coatesville, Norristown, the defending champions, Mount Lebanon, and Easton rounding out this field of 8 in AAA girls. Norristown won it last year, and 3 of the 4 runners that were part of that gold medal winning team last year are back. Ray Colbrith is the newcomer on that team, and that was Norristown's first ever relay gold medal in school history. Coatesville, And there you see Central Dauphin East, the Penn Ridge runner, the indoor champions, Harry S. Truman. Hempfield can be a factor in the team race every now and then. State College was the team champions in AAA girls last year.
This should be a little closer than the AA race.
1.3 seconds separating first from eighth in the semifinal runs yesterday. Central Dauphin East was still a whole 0.6 of a second better than Coatesville yesterday. It was a pretty big margin in the 4x1.
And you mentioned that they won at the Penn Relays. They were the tri-state winners and the large school winners.
I would train on you for that.
For a little while there, but we are off and running now. Good start by Coatesville in lane 5, and by Norristown in lane 6, which again brings 3 of the 4 members of that state championship winning team back this year. They passed the batons cleanly. In fact, all the passes look clean on the backstretch, and here we come into the second exchange zone now, with Norristown still out in front, with Central Dauphin East running right with them in lane 4. Again, clean passes of the baton. All white flags are up. And now to the final exchange zone. And Central Dauphin East looking strong in lane 4. They passed the baton in front.
Yep.
Norristown did not exchange. Norristown DQ'd. And now Central Dauphin East with Penn Ridge and Coatesville. And it's going to be Central Dauphin East winning it in a 47-3. What a year it has been for this 4x1 team by Central Dauphin East. Greatness at the Penn Relays, and now a gold medal here at States. By available records, the first relay gold medal in school history.
Congratulations to Central Dauphin East. I was at their indoor meeting when their coach said to them, our goal was to be state champions. They've been planning this a long time.
And they accomplish it. Norristown was giving them chase, but Norristown did not get the final exchange off, and that was all she wrote. So Central Dauphin East fulfills the goal they set back in the winter to win the state championship, and they do it going away in a 47-37.
Perfect execution of their. Here's the 4th exchange, and by this, there's the bobble. She's out of the. She slowed up so she wouldn't go out of the zone.
You're talking about Norristown.
Yeah, Norristown. Then she was bumped, and she dropped the baton at that point.
Well,
it was
emphatic
even.
Victory salute.
Hey, Demisha Davis quite happy.
Good day for her so far. So Central Dauphin East, the prophecy fulfilled, taking gold in the 4x1, and now we move on to boys. See the West Middlesex team there getting ready. Bellwood, Annis, and Palmerton filling in the outside lanes. And the top seed here in this heat is really quite a story. They've been a track powerhouse for some time. The only thing is they don't have a track. So the way that they practice for these relays is a little bit unconventional. Let's take a look at the lane assignments for you, and then we'll get into that. Holy Redeemer, there on the right side of your screen, they will line up in lane 1. Sheffield will be in lane 2. Trinity, the runners-up last year, in lane 3. Aliquippa in lane 4. West Middlesex in lane 5. Hickory, the defending champion, in lane 6. Bellwood Annis in lane 7. And Palmerton in lane 8. Well, Aliquippa, they're in lane 4, the top seed. In fact, the top seed by 0.6 of a second from yesterday. They don't even have a track at Aliquippa High School. So how do they practice their relay exchanges? They go in the longest hallway they can find inside the school building, and that's where they do it.
I remember doing that in junior high when it rained, to go in the building and try that exact same thing.
Clearly it has worked for them, and Aliquippa has a long history of turning out good sprinters. Here now they have a chance to win their 4th relay gold medal in team history. They last did so in 2008 when they won the 4x1. They were 3rd last year, made the semis 2 years ago, didn't qualify in 2009 after winning it in 2008. See the man who will run lead for Aliquippa in lane 4. But don't sleep on Trinity. I mean, they were the runner-up last year. Hickory, the defending champion from last year. They're there in lane 6. They went 43-17 last year. That Hickory championship was the first gold in that school's history. There you see the Trinity runner. That's, in fact, I believe the Trinity anchor. It is so humid here, by the way, that those hip tags that they're told to wear are just not sticking on. In fact, Mark Byers made a joke yesterday. He said it's going to be so humid they'll probably fly off like confetti on the track, and it's pretty much been the case. A hot, humid, early summer day here in Shippensburg. But the sprinters like it.
Batons are provided at the district and state meets at the finish line. You can't bring your own baton in, so that ensures that everybody's using the same baton.
Go Hickory, catch up.
That's an excellent shot of the proper stance in the blocks. They called them up. Somebody's not ready, they called them up.
Going back to the baton, by the way, if you've never held one before, imagine a paper towel tube when the paper has run out. That's pretty much what it weighs.
And it's made of aluminum. They do make them of plastic. Off, good start.
And Aliquippa is starting to make up some of the stagger in lane 4. Here we go into the first exchange zone, and the top teams pass the batons cleanly, and now Aliquippa really making up ground on the backstretch. The team that doesn't even have a track, these are the exchanges they practice in the Holbeck hallway. And they're one exchange away from winning a gold medal for the 2nd time in 5 years. Trinity hanging in there in lane 3. Final exchange zone, clean passes, and Trinity is right there. Aliquippa and Trinity, the top 2 teams, stride for stride. Aliquippa in the red, Trinity in the green. Who's it going to be? Aliquippa, Trinity, it's Trinity!
And that race was won with the 3rd to 4th exchange. Trinity got a tremendous exchange without
state record,
any loss
by the way.
in speed.
State record for Trinity, 42:23. It takes down a state record that had been on the books since 1995. Harridan had that, a 42:25 back in 1995, and now Trinity's got the new mark. That's a shocker on more than one count. That Trinity did it, and that they did it in a state record time.
Devin, take it off my shoulder.
And you see the emotion by those Shamrock runners. District 3 having a great day here on the boys and girls side. 2nd state record to fall on the track today. Angel Picarillo was the first back in the AA girls mile run. So Trinity wins the 4x1 for the 2nd time in 3 years. They were the silver medalists last year, and this continues a great run in the 4x1 for Trinity. In fact, their results now in the last 4 years, first, second, first, and fourth.
If I may interrupt, sorry, Mike. And you see, actually, Aliquippa was in the lead into that exchange, but Trinity got such a good exchange that he was able to stay with him. And then, this is the key in the 100. It's who slows down the least. and it looked like the Aliquippa runner was just not making it to the line, and Trinity ran through the line, and that's why they edged him out. That's great slow-mo there of form. You can see pretty good form from both runners, but Trinity definitely has more upright posture. Here it is. They're even at this point. Good exchange. And the fact that they're next to each other on the track is a good thing for both runners to be able to run next to each other stride for stride.
How about the relays we have had today? My goodness. The 4x8s, ironically, some of the 4x8 finishes have been closer than even that. The 4x1. On to AAA boys now, as the teams are on the blocks. One more time, Trinity's state record of 42-23. AAA teams are on the blocks. Stroudsburg in lane 1, Father Judge in lane 2, Cheltenham in lane 3, Neshaminy in lane 4, Strathaven, the runners-up last year, in lane 5, Central Buck South in lane 6, Milton Hershey in lane 7, and Pennsbury in lane 8. And they are off and running. Strathaven, the only returning medalist from last year, by the way, but Neshaminy was 41-67 yesterday to be the top seed. Clean passes of the batons in the first exchange zone. Pennsbury running really well in lane 8. As is Cheltenham in lane 3. Second exchange zone now. They are clean once again. Neshaminy getting a little more momentum off that exchange, and here they come now in lane 4. On their outside is Strathaven in lane 5. Final exchange zone. Again, the passes are clean. Strathaven and Neshaminy. Stroudsburg hanging in lane 1, and Strathaven makes the pass. Strathaven is going to win the 4x1, and they do so in what could be close to a state record, 41-19. They just narrowly missed the state record by 0.05 of a second. Strathaven gets their second gold medal in AAA boys today after Chris Williams won the 110 hurdles earlier.
That was definitely the third to fourth exchange again that resulted in the win for the team. Both runners pretty well matched as far as speed for their 100 meters, but it was the exchange that was the difference.
Just goes to show you how precise everything must be in the 4x1.
And
Final
here's the exchange. You can see how they were even as they entered the zone, but by the time they got out of the zone, he had already had a 1 to 2 meter lead, and he just opened that up there in the last 100, or last 10 meters, excuse me. Good example of concentration and form. The key to running the 100 is to stay relaxed and keep your arms and legs driving.
What a day it has been for Strathaven. Chris Williams, the gold medal in the 110 hurdles, and now the 4x1 relay team of Strathaven celebrates a gold medal here at Shippensburg. 300 hurdles coming up after this.
Did you know that many of PCN's popular programs are now available on Blu-ray? Select programs, including episodes of PCN Tours and the current PIAA Championships, can now be experienced in your home in crisp, high definition. Visit the PCN store at PCNTV.com today to browse through the entire Blu-ray catalog. Then just sit back, relax, and enjoy PCN programs like you've never seen them before. PCN, Pennsylvania's neighborhood.
So if I give you a 20, you give me half back, which is
10.
That's right.
You do everything so they're at their best. So start their big days with the incredible protein. Eggs.
If you think the level of competition is impressive, wait till you see the level of coverage. High school meets high impact with MaxPreps.com, America's most comprehensive source for high school sports. Find out how your local teams compare, who's in the hunt to be state champs, and which teams and players are leaving their stamp on the national stage. Get pumped on your high school teams. Log on to maxpreps.com.
PCN's call-in program. From statewide lawmakers to political leaders. Get to the heart of the matter. One of the few television programs that lets you ask the questions. Thought-provoking and inquisitive. That's PCN's call-in program. Check PCNTV.com for listings. Enjoy the sights and sounds of the 2012 Pennsylvania Farm Show throughout the year with the PCN Farm Show Highlights DVD. It's the best of the state's agricultural heritage with highlights from the high school rodeo, sheep-to-shawl competition, and horse pulls, plus peeks into what makes the annual event so uniquely Pennsylvania. The 2012 Farm Show Highlights DVD from PCN, just $29.95, including shipping and sales tax. Order today at PCNTV.com or call 1-866-726-8433. If you can't get enough of PCN on your TV, check out PCN Plus at PCNTV.com. Now you can watch live events, web exclusives, and the best videos of the week all in one place at PCNTV.com.
Back here at Seth Grove Stadium in Shippensburg as this 2012 State Track and Field Championship winds towards its conclusion. But PCN hits a home run with exclusive statewide coverage of the PIAA Softball and Baseball Championships on Friday, June 15th and Saturday, June 16th. Tune in as the PIAA Championship season concludes on PCN. For more information about airtimes, visit PCNTV.com. PCN, Pennsylvania's Championship Network. Mike Conti, Rick Leuschner, Mark Heckel, and our outstanding PCN crew here at Seth Grove Stadium in Shippensburg. Matt Hall, our producer, Corey Clark, our director, Doug Chicatano, our technical director, cast of thousands here at Seth Grove Stadium, bringing you the sights and sounds of this state championship meet. What a day it has been, Rick. We've had 2 state records go down, but I think what I'll remember the most as we look at the field here for AA girls, how close some of these finishes have been, particularly in the distance events. AA girls 300 hurdles field. Paige Lumley of Richland is in lane 1. Aisha Newsom of Brookville in lane 2. Kadisha Newkirk of Paul Robeson in lane 3. Tashina Rhodes of Swenson is in lane 4. Emily Lellis of Springdale is in lane 5. She won the 110 hurdles earlier today. Taylor Acorn of Wellsboro in lane 6. Aubrey Hutchinson of Beaver Area in lane 7. And Amy Hicks of Swenson in lane 8. Swenson, by the way, trying to make up 13-point gap on Hickory in the team standings. They just picked up some points in the 4x1 relay. They can pick up a few more here in the 300 hurdles in what will probably turn out to be a very tight finish in AA girls. And Tashina Rhodes, who is the top seed, the 18th place finisher in the Penn relays in the 400-meter hurdles, here now trying to win her first career gold medal in the 300 hurdles.
Here we're to set.
And they're off and running. A lot of people think this is the most challenging event on the card of anything. It takes a big physical toll on you as Rhodes in lane 4 trying to make up the stagger along with Lellis, who won the 110 hurdles in lane 5. So many times here in the 300 hurdles we've seen it come down to the last set. In fact, someone goes down in lane 8 that I believe is Aubrey Hutchinson of Beaver Area. No, it is Amy Hicks of Swenson. So now here comes Lellis in lane 5 and Newkirk in lane 3, and Tashina Rhodes has got a lot of ground to make up. Lellis going for her second gold medal of the day. Can Rhodes run her down? They're down to the final set. It is Lellis and Rhodes, and Lellis holds on for her second gold medal of the day.
Wow, congratulations.
And for Swenson, it's disappointment as not only does Rhodes take second, but Hicks fell on a hurdle, and it looks like she's going to get up and at least try to finish.
Well, she must finish to get the medal and the points. And I'm not sure whether... No, she violated. There's a yellow flag down.
So Swenson loses points, and that is big in the team standings. But Emily Lellis, what a day this has been for her. 44-48 for her second hurdle gold medal of the day.
In third place, it looked like it was Taylor Acorn from Wellsboro, and this is only the 4th time she's run this race. Ever. She made the state finals running 3 times.
No kidding. Good for her, and good for Emily Lellis, our second double gold medalist today. Kenya Woodall of Coatesville, the other one.
Well, if we see the that finish, we're going to see stumbling over hurdles. We're going to see a stride pattern. So we're going to get to see all the aspects of what you want as a hurdler, or what you want to try to maintain as a hurdler. And we'll also get the story on lane 8.
Well, you know what? She
fall.
never even attempted to clear the hurdle.
Okay.
And now the finish.
Now the finish. So there we go. Inside lane, stutter steps, messes the hurdle up, and here we go to the end, maintaining your stride and running over the hurdle as opposed to stutter stepping and jumping. And that's the difference in first and second.
And Rick, getting back to Hicks for a moment, you saw with the incident on that turn, that's a violation because she never attempted to clear the hurdle, correct?
Right. And then she landed, and it looks like she was more embarrassed than anything else.
She did finish. You got to admire her. She'll be disqualified, but she did attempt to finish. On to AAA girls now. Erin Madison of Pocono Mountain East, bound for Coughlin in lane 4. Mary Whitmer of Ephrata in lane 5. Michaela White of Spring Ford bound for Kutztown next year in lane 6. Anna McIntosh of Pottstown in lane 7. Sydney Jacques of North Penn in lane 8. There you get a look at Mary Whitmer in lane 5, who was a semifinalist last year out of Ephrata. And here we go. Top seed is Hayward, 6th place finisher last year, went 44.09 yesterday. Tightly seeded pack, though. And in fact, Hayward is making up some of the stagger, a lot of the stagger, in fact, in lane 4. Hayward and Whitmer in lane 5. McIntosh looks solid in lane 7. As does Nauer in lane 3 from Central Bucks East. But it is all Dana Hayward of James M. Coughlin now with 2 sets of hurdles to go. Whitmer coming on strong and late. 1 set of hurdles to go now. Can Hayward hold off Whitmer as they come to the final hurdle? And Hayward holds on. Takes it in a 43.37. First career gold medal for Dana Hayward.
Dana Hayward, that's the same team Shelley Black last year?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, and she told me this, that she learned most of her hurdling from Shelley, and that to pay her back, she'll win a state championship.
Shelley Black, one of the absolute best. I think she's at Penn State now. One of the absolute best hurdlers that we have seen in recent years. And Hayward.
That was very smooth. And she's a shorter athlete, so what you have to understand is you don't have to be tall to be successful, but what you do have to do is be consistent, and you have to have a stride pattern and know how to hurdle in order to get a time of 43.37. And here we come into the turn, and you can see how short she is, but how consistent her stride is, and that she doesn't have to chop step in order to get over the hurdle. She just keeps running. She may shorten it up a little, but she actually doesn't stutter as she comes into the hurdle.
Is there a certain height advantage you can have as a hurdler?
There's a definite height advantage. If you're tall, you have a decided advantage if you can utilize that.
Still to come, we have the boys 300 hurdles, the 800 meters, the 200, the 4x4, and some events from the field. Just updating you on the team standings here as they raise the hurdles. We have a dead heat right now in AAA girls between Coatesville and Cheltenham, and Penn Ridge is just a point back. In AA, Schuylkill Valley getting a ton of points in the field, a 9-point lead over Wilmington area. Strathaven, big lead over Hempfield in AAA boys. 3 of the 4 are going to be showdowns here, it appears. Hickory and Swenson in AA girls. That huge crowd of teams in AAA girls. Again, the standings I've given you were actually before relays and before the afternoon field events, so they'll be updated. The only team that I feel comfortable right now in saying has a really good chance to hold on is that team right there, Strathaven. They have been on fire on the track today. 2 gold medals on the track, and they have quite a bit going on in the field. Wellington Zaza, for example, the triple jump specialist, scored them some points yesterday. But really the big story has been the weather here, Rick. You see the flags The good news is the wind is legal for records, but there's just been no wind. There have been no clouds, no shade. It is humid. It is the hottest I can ever remember. We've had some fans require some medical attention in the stands, presumed for heat-related reasons. It's just been a very, very tough day. The heat index, 110 degrees, at least inside our booth.
In the booth. It might be a little lower outside.
I would sure hope so. There you see Blueberry up in the lift cam, getting ready, looks like to take a Caribbean cruise there with his umbrella. But our crew has just done such a devout job all day out there in the field. Evan up there in the lift cam. I don't want to ignore anyone who's been manning the cameras or staffing the tents down in the field trying to get us results. It has just been a really, really fun day, but a somewhat grueling day for our crew.
Yes. They've been doing a great job with the shots, especially 4x8 and 3200, where you're just going around the track over and over again.
The officials, too, all volunteer official crew. They have worked really, really hard to keep this meet moving on schedule. Should point out, by the way, this will be Brad Cashman's final meet at the helm. Bob Lombardi of the PIAA will take over from Brad next year. Brad retiring after a very long tenure as the head of the show here at the PIAA. We certainly wish him well. We've had a lot of fun over the years working with Brad here at the track and field meet. Looking forward to working with Bob in the future. These fans, man, they have hung in here. It is not chilly by any stretch, and yet the parking lots are still full. Huge crowds over there at the throwing pit right now, as I see. Thinned out maybe a little bit in the stands, but that's because most of the meet is over, and yet everybody is still sticking around.
And there are more tents than I've ever seen here. They're in our tent city off on the first curve, but then they're off the second curve, and they're behind the stadium. That's the ones you can't see behind the stadium.
That's quite true. There
There's
they are.
A shot of the first turn. So why do you have tents? You have all these athletes who maybe they're in a morning event. They got to go somewhere. They can't sit outside. So most teams have tents now, and you go and you hang out in the tent. You've got your cooler in there. You've got cool drinks. Maybe you have lunches packed. But definitely you've got blankets down. It's easy to relax.
Well, the hurdle crew is through with their work, so we're back to the track now for the 300 hurdles in AA boys.
Okay, we're almost to set.
And here's the field. Lenz, Conway, Dull, Fuller, Townsend, the defending champion, Moore, Horton, and Benjamin. And we're underway. Townsend, the defending champion out of West Catholic. Fuller, 9th best time in the country in the 300 hurdles this year in lane 4 from Washington. Big stumble in lane 3 by Dull, but is able to keep his feet and keep going. Townsend in lane 5 making up the stagger. And here comes Dull in lane 3 from Chestnut Ridge, one of the absolute best distance hurdlers in this state in AA. Fuller is right there with him, as is Townsend. And it is Fuller making the pass on Dull, with Townsend making a late push. Final hurdle, and it's going to be Dustin Fuller. He's been among the top distance hurdlers in the country all year. He very nearly broke a state record there, 37.78 for Dustin Fuller of Washington.
Congratulations,
first career gold
Dustin.
medal.
He told me yesterday, watch his last 100 meters. He'll win the state title by his last 100 meters. And that's exactly what happened. They were even coming out of that turn.
So Fuller, who was 8th last year, qualified for 3 events on the track, which out of District 7, not an easy thing to do. He also qualified in the 400 and the 110 hurdles, but he wins the gold medal here in the 300 hurdles.
And here we come over hurdle 5. So he's actually behind there. Here's hurdle 6, still behind. So with 80 meters to go, look at how hard he is running. He looks like a sprinter. Didn't have to change his stride pattern at all. And that's what it takes to be able to run hurdles well. You can be fast. You still have to know technique.
All right, AAA boys, we're going to get into what has been a very hotly discussed issue this week. Here are the lane assignments with Robert Cardina of Conestoga Valley in lane 1, Ryan Hines bound for Cornell, who won the 110 hurdles earlier in lane 2, Wellington Zaza in lane 3, Jeff Elam bound for Eastern Michigan in lane 4, Paul Wallman of Council Rock North in lane 5, and then Eric Futch. That's the story. We'll talk about it in a second. Kellen Williams in lane 7 from Chambersburg, and Jay Stone of Central York in lane 8. That's Futch. Number 1 in the country in the 400 hurdles. Won the 300 hurdles at the District 1 meet last week, and then there was some confusion as to whether or not he would be allowed to compete this week, and here's why. He was ejected from the District 1 meet for unsportsmanlike conduct, had a confrontation with an official. According to PIAA rules, if you're ejected from any contest, you're automatically suspended for the next contest. It was appealed. The Board of Control of the PIAA decided to hear the appeal and reinstate Futch. So that's why he's here. But he did not know that he would be here until Thursday afternoon. What comes out of all this is you have Futch, who's bound for the University of Houston next year, maybe one of the best athletes in this meet. He broke a 29-year-old state record in the 300 hurdles last year, and yet here's a man who did not even know until Thursday afternoon if he would be allowed to be here. And here he is. As Coach Lenny Jordan says, it'll be emotional to see him leave. He feels like he's almost a son to him. And on top of all of this, he runs for a Penwood team that only has a 350-meter track that's composed of dirt. But Lenny Jordan always seems to crank out great athletes year after year in spite of that. They practice indoors in a 100-yard hallway in the winter. And now he's about to join Brittany Wallace, former Penwood teammate, Darrell Hill, also at Houston. But it was a really trying week for Futch and a very, very hotly discussed issue in track and field circles around the state as to whether or not he would be able to compete here. He's here, and now he's going to try to defend his championship in the 300 hurdles. But it's a good field. I mean, Jeff Elam of Greater Latrobe, he's going to Eastern Michigan next year. Hines having a hot day. He won the 110 hurdles. He's out of lane 2. Zaza, good triple jumper, ran well in the 110 hurdles as well. So Futch with all the distractions and a busy day at that too. He's also in the 100 and 200. And what's going to happen here? That's the big question.
But we're going to see a treat here. We have 3 running 38, 1 running under 38. Be able to see absolute stellar technique and speed at the same time.
Lane 8 on the left side of your screen, lane 1 on the right side. As you see it head on, the top seat is Elam wearing the white and orange. There is Futch getting on the blocks in lane 6, Wallman in lane 5. There's Elam in lane 4. And spinning back to show you Wellington Zaza. That's Hines, who's already won the 110 hurdles. And Cardini of Conestoga Valley. Here we go. Elam bursting off the blocks in lane 4.
Here's a good view coming down the track, so you're able to see how fast these athletes are moving. When you move back on a deep angle camera, it's hard to tell how fast they're running.
Futch making up the stagger in lane 6 pretty substantially. Broke that long-standing state record of the 300 hurdles last year. His next destination is the University of Houston, and Futch, despite all the distractions, here he is en route to a gold medal with 1 set of hurdles to go. Eric Futch of Penwood repeats as state champion of the 300 hurdles and very nearly broke his state record in the process. 36:68 for Futch. That is the 4th best time in the 300 hurdles this year. As I mentioned, he already has the best time in the 400 hurdles. And despite all the distractions and all the controversy, Eric Futch repeats as state champion in the 300 hurdles.
Top 3 times are national honor roll times. Well, the reason he was out in lane 6 was he only ran fast enough to win his section yesterday. And then he shut it down. So here he comes off the turn, and you can see there is no difference in his stride to his hurdle technique. He's just running. It looks like a 400-meter runner and then going over the hurdle without making any adjustments. Well, the hardest thing to do to teach a hurdler, even if they're good, is that this race is about a stride pattern, and it's not about running and jumping over hurdles.
So Eric Futch repeats his state championship in the 300 hurdles. Still more to come. The 800 meters coming up in just a moment.
Pennsylvania's top high school football players face off against Ohio's best in the 55th Big 33 Classic on June 16th. PCN gives you a preview of the players that could end up playing on your favorite college and professional teams. The Big 33 Football Classic, live June 16th at 7 p.m. on PCN. The bloodiest battle of the Civil War took place at a small crossroads town in Pennsylvania. Learn how the Battle of Gettysburg changed the course of the war during guided tours of the battlefield by the Rangers and other experts at the Gettysburg National Military Park. Gettysburg Battle Walks, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, only on PCN. Connecting you to the inside story. PCN's Journalists Roundtable. Hear it firsthand from those closest to what matters most. Informative, timely, and lively. Journalists Roundtable, Thursdays on Pennsylvania's Neighborhood, PCN.
Today, a fever will be treated with warmth. A cut with more than a bandage. Today, a twisted ankle will come with a nice shoulder to lean on. Because today, the most considerate and professional urgent care will be found right around the corner at MedExpress. Just like it is every day. MedExpress is open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. Visit medexpress.com to find a location near you.
Did you know that many of PCN's popular programs are now available on Blu-ray? Select programs, including episodes of PCN Tours and the current PIAA Championships, can now be experienced in your home in crisp, high definition. Visit the PCN store at PCNTV.com today to browse through the entire Blu-ray catalog. Then just sit back, relax, and enjoy PCN programs like you've never seen them before. PCN, Pennsylvania's Neighborhood.
PCN's call-in program, from government leaders to newsmakers of the day. It's the one show that lets you ask the questions. PCN's call-in program, airing Monday through Thursday, only on PCN.
Back here at Seth Grove Stadium in Shippensburg, the AA girls 800 next on the track. We'll see Angel Picarillo once again. She broke that state record going away in the mile run, and now one of the top 800-meter runners in the country will go for her second gold medal today. Rest of the field, Lily Brown of Boiling Springs. Margot Dara of Fort Cherry is actually the top seed. Kennedy Weisner, who was very game in that mile run with Picarillo. Priscilla, Hampson, Quinn, and Cruz. Field of 12 here in the 800 meters. 2 laps around the track, and there is Picarillo, the mile run champion, going for what would be now her 4th career gold medal. But this is not her specialty event. The mile is her specialty event.
This is a sprint for her.
Defending champion is Lily Brown of Boiling Springs. She's in the field. Weisner was the runner-up to her last year. She's in the field. So you have a rare convergence here of a lot of cross-country and long-distance runners and a couple 400 specialists. And coming out to the front is Weisner, the runner-up in cross-country, along with Lily Brown of Boiling Springs. Picarillo right there on the outside. And Picarillo said she did a lot of weightlifting and even hurdle workouts to change things up this year in her training.
It's good. Variety aids you in preventing injury. Once you get into a routine of doing the same thing over and over again, you're susceptible to injury.
Picarillo out in front, Weisner on the right there. Tucked in behind Shannon Quinn, the freshman from Trinity, and Brown. Final lap, and it's Picarillo trying to find some room on the outside around Weisner. Really a two-woman race here as they hit the backstretch. Weisner wearing tag number 3, Picarillo in the white wearing tag number 6. Weisner the runner-up in the 1600 to Picarillo and the runner-up to her in cross country. Picarillo out to the front now with 200 meters to go and pulling away. What a day this has been for Angel Picarillo. Went 4:39 in the mile run, almost the best time in the country. And now she is en route to her second gold medal of the day in her final career individual event. State record's at 2:09.68. That was set 30 years ago. Can she break that? It's going to be close. Angel Picarillo coming to the line, going for her second state record. It's very close. She's got it. Angel Picarillo breaks a 30-year-old state record going 2:09.16. 13th best time in the country this year. Picarillo wins 2 golds, and that's 2 state records in the process. What a day.
National Federation Honor Roll time. State record. Didn't look like she was going to get it there, but she plowed through.
But again, this is not her specialty event by any stretch. Really a mile specialist, but sets her second state record today. Absolutely no doubt who has been the most outstanding athlete on the track, at least on the girls' side today. It has been that straight A student out of Homer Center High School, Angel Picarillo. And we'll see plenty more of her in the state of Pennsylvania as she opted against going to the University of Tennessee and instead will run collegiately at Villanova.
She ran very even splits, 2:04.5. 2:04.5 for each of those, so she maintained that.
Here's the finish.
Here's the finish. So here she's looking tired, but she's still focusing, and I think the crowd support here, lots of people clapping, gives you a little boost of energy to, and you can see how she shortened her stride up so she can keep on moving. Short arm stroke. She got it.
4th career state record, or state gold medal, 2nd today and 2nd state record. On to AAA girls now as they pull them back off the start line. Emma Keenan, the defending champion, among the top seeds here, along with Sierra Brown of Overbrook in this field of 12. Amanda Rushell of Bethel Park, Gina Alm of Hampton, Rachel Flynn of Archbishop Carroll, Samantha Logan of Knock, Emma Cousins of State College, Hannah Broski of Emmaus, Emily Ducillier of Souderton, Devin Tao of Westchester East, Alexa Grushow of Mechanicsburg, and Caitlin Lewis of North Polk. I'm not sure if Alexa Grushow is a relation to Tommy Grushow, who was a winner last year for Trinity here in the state meet. Emma Keenan, who won it last year, and the gold medalist in the indoor 800, out to the early lead ahead of Sierra Brown of Overbrook, who's appearing in the 800 for the first time. And it's really a 2-woman race right away. Keenan out of that track powerhouse of Winnet Mercy, looking for her 3rd career gold medal in this her junior year.
Well, Keenan likes to run from the front. She of all the people that I spoke to yesterday, she says it's good to be in control. She likes to set the pace. She likes to run from the front. On the other hand, Sierra Brown, she likes to take it easy and then kick. And by easy, that's certainly not easy what she's doing.
No, and not in this heat either. But Keenan is in command. Brown is 2nd. Devin Tao of Westchester East in a duel for 3rd right now with Alexa Grushow. But that is the distance between Keenan and Sierra Brown with less than 200 meters to go. And Keenan is on her way to repeating her gold medal here in the 800. Less than 100 meters to go now.
She's in command, start to finish. The real race is for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
And Emma Keenan backs up her gold medal last year in the 800 and her gold medal in the indoor 800 with another gold medal in the outdoor. 2:06 for Keenan. Look at these times. Picarillo goes 2:09 and Keenan throws down the 3rd best time in the country this year, 2:06 or 2:07:06 officially. So that is actually the 5th best time in the country this year for Emma Keenan. And she's only a junior. By the way, that is not a state record, and obviously the reason why is Chanel Price ran a 2:02:90, which was also a national record back in 2008. Second year in a row, Emma Keenan wins the gold medal in the AAA Girls 800. And a hug from Brown and others. So the 5th best time in the country this year, and here's how she brought it home.
She's just strong start to finish. Great form. Look at that length of her stride with the knee lift and then the high back kick. That enables her to just power down. This isn't jogging. This is racing. Wow, 2:06 running with that form.
And again, these are not optimal conditions to run in by any stretch.
No,
Heat
but
index in the triple digits.
And for her to maintain that stride for that long, I mean, think of the intervals you have to run to be able to do that for 800 meters.
Absolutely. All right, on to AA boys now. LJ Westwood of Quaker Valley, the top seed for bound for Bucknell next year. He is the defending champion. Alexander Smathers, who's already won the mile today. Smeltz, Downs, Sturgis, Jackson, and Fox, the top 8 seeds. Also in the field, Colton Snyder, Zach Anderson, Maurice Broadwater, and Dylan Friday. And they're underway. Westwood won it last year. 5th 2 years ago. Bound for Bucknell. Smathers going for his 2nd gold medal of the day. Difficult double in this heat. He ran the mile maybe about 90 minutes ago and now coming back in the 800. And out to the early lead is Morgan Smeltz of Upper Dublin, wearing tag number 4, the orange jersey. Smeltz has never appeared here in the state meet at the 800, at least in the finals. Robert Downs and Mastery Charter South tucking in behind him, as is Jordan Jackson of Wellsboro. Coming hard on the outside and making a wide turn is Colton Snyder of Northeast Bradford. That Northeast Bradford school has had a couple runners in some high positions today. Zach Anderson of Greenville, a semifinalist last year, has moved into 4th. 1 lap to go. Smeltz still in front.
Smeltz is running great. He had such a, I would like to say, easy time qualifying yesterday that maybe he was able to save.
Look at Westwood on the outside, the defending champion, coming all the way from the 8th position now into 3rd. He's wearing the white jersey. Does he have enough time to reel in Smeltz? Westwood trying to kick strongly here and pull this out in comeback fashion. He's wearing the Quaker Valley jersey. Here he comes around Jackson. Here he comes reeling in Smeltz. He was all the way back in 8th position with 300 meters to go. Is Westwood going to be able to pull this off for his 2nd straight gold medal? Can Smeltz hold him off? It's Westwood and Smeltz stride for stride, and Westwood gets there. What a comeback effort. Way out of it with 300 meters to go, and he comes back and pulls out his 2nd straight gold medal in the 800 and does so in a 1:55.69.
LJ Westwood dislocated his knee during the season, and he was out for 4 weeks. 4 weeks, and he was able to come back and win a state title in a classic fashion. He outran everybody in the last 200 meters. Well, that's congratulations to him. And I talking to him, he said, well, you know, I lost a lot of time, but I had, you know, good help after this dislocation, and that's real motivation to be able to come back and do that.
How does one dislocate a knee? Ouch.
I didn't get into how it happened.
Oh. But L.J. Westwood wins back-to-back gold medals. And Rick, you're too modest to say this, but I will. The amount of research that you do is very impressive. Didn't even know that. Here's the finish again.
Look at, this is called the slingshot. You ride on the shoulder here out of the turn, and when you come out, you use your momentum with a longer arc to swing by. But this is great, stride for stride, just like those 4x8s earlier. And then he wills himself over that line because they're so evenly matched. In fact, compare his posture with a slight body lean forward to the runner in fourth place who was leaning back. Wow, great finish.
What a comeback effort for L.J. Westwood. The AAA boys are on the track. The top seed is Alec Kunzweiler of Cumberland Valley, who was heroic for Cumberland Valley in that 4x8 relay earlier, which they won, but just barely over Chambersburg. Their District 3 rival, and Kunzweiler was the big part of that. Vincent Tonzo of North Allegheny, Ryan Holder of Chambersburg. We saw him in the 4x8. Jeffrey Wiseman of Council Rock South, Andrew Stone of LaSalle College, Ryan Thompson of Slippery Rock, Zach Brehm of Carlisle, Zach Moon of Mifflin County, a new school. He's going to Bucknell next year. Dave Garton of Perkiomen Valley, Steve Yannicone of Unionville, Will Bailey of Penn Hills, and Drew Gerberich of Eastern Lebanon County in this field. Coyle, the mile run champion, did not run the 800, nor did Philogene, the 400 champion. And the leader is Vincent Tonzo of North Allegheny, who was 10th last year. Andrew Stone of LaSalle College, a teammate to Coyle, the mile run champion, is in the mix, as is Wiseman. The sophomore from Council Rock South moves into second with less than a lap to go.
So here's where we find out who had something left from yesterday. They didn't have to run all out to get into the finals, or in fact, they didn't have to run the 4x8, so they're a little fresher.
And here comes Wiseman on the outside of Tonzo now with half a lap to go. Yannicone looking for some room, but I think he's too far back, and now Wiseman makes the pass. Jeffrey Wiseman, the sophomore from Council Rock South, making his first appearance ever at the state meet, and he's 100 meters away from winning a gold medal. Can he hold off Tonzo? Can he hold off a late push by Andrew Stone? Looks like he's going to.
Yeah, he's pulling away.
And Jeffrey Wiseman of Council Rock South.
Oh, look at the Kunzweiler's push to be second.
Yeah, out of nowhere. 151, though, for Wiseman to win a gold medal in his first appearance ever at the state meet.
That's a national honor roll time. Wow, 151. And there were a lot. There was a big group coming from behind.
Okay, I have made one of my patented mistakes. That was not Jeffrey Wiseman. That was Will Bailey of Penn Hills. I apologize. Will Bailey of Penn Hills, a semifinalist last year. That was him who ran a 151.87. I sincerely apologize for that. Will Bailey of Penn Hills is the winner.
Okay, Will Bailey.
Bailey was a semifinalist last year.
And here's the finish. So what we see, look how spaced out they are with 100 meters to go, but that's classic form. Great arm drive with the back elbow coming up high, and he's able to drive his knees, the high back kick to keep him going down the track, and then you'll see Cumberland Valley just come in at the end there, passing 3-4 guys.
Well, I apologize to Will Bailey for that. This is his first career gold medal, 151.87. And he is the gold medalist in the AAA Boys 800.
151, national honor roll time. Excellent.
That 151.87 is going to put him in top 25 times in the country this year. So nice work for Will Bailey of Penn Hills.
Great. Top 8 to the 10th place.
Still 2 events left on the track today, including the AA girls 200 meters, which is coming up in a moment. The breeze has picked up noticeably here in the last half hour or
Yes.
so. It's going to be a headwind coming down the front stretch here for these sprinters.
But more importantly, it's dropped 4 degrees in temperature because of that breeze.
Funny because it doesn't feel like that here in the broadcast booth, but I'll take your word for it. Jada Stewart of West Catholic, the top seed in lane 4. Rest of the field, Ellen Shepard of Central Columbia in lane 1. Kim Watterson of Springdale in lane 2. Amani Harris Quinlan, who won the 400 in lane 3. Stewart in lane 4, won the 100. Alyssa Wise of Washington in lane 5. Sheena Rose of Swenson in lane 6, Shakira Fowler of Girard College in lane 7, and Samaya Ferguson of Avonworth in lane 8, and they are on the blocks here in the 200.
The 200 on the curve, a race you have to really concentrate. 2 phases, curve running and straightaway finish.
Stewart looking really strong in lane 4. Stewart was the 3rd place finisher last year, looking for her 4th career top 5 finish, but looking for her first gold medal in this event, the 2nd today. She won the 100. She's about to win the 200. Harris Quinlan trying to reel her in at the very end. Can she get there in time? Harris Quinlan may have got there. I think she did. Amani Harris Quinlan with a huge comeback at the line, 24:73, and Harris Quinlan wins her 2nd gold medal today.
Well, that was quite a close finish. Amani told me she had to get out quick on the turn, and she didn't in fact get out on the turn there. That was a slow first part of her race, but she was able to come on strong at the end.
So the 400-meter champion wins the 200, and Jada Stewart is denied at the line her 2nd gold medal of the day. Out of nowhere.
So as you come out of the turn, you transition to basically running the 100 meters again. And you're fatiguing, you're slowing down. What you're trying to do is keep your legs moving and keep driving. But here it comes in the last 4 meters, her surge. Yeah, and it's very evident there. Now we know our camera isn't on the line exactly, but we could see that happen. And here it is, a head-on shot.
And again, the FAT did confirm Harris Quinlan the winner at 24:73. Stewart was 1 step away from her 2nd gold medal of the day, but instead it's Harris Quinlan who wins her 2nd gold medal of the day. Another close finish. How many of those have we had today? On to AAA girls now. Misha Davis of Central Dauphinese. That whole team has been a big story today. They won the 4x1, and now Davis, there you see her. She will be the top seed here. Having won the 200 indoors, now trying to back that up with an outdoor gold, but talented field will try to take it away from her. Jody Ann Evans of Quakertown, who we saw earlier in lane 1. Morgan Momo of Manheim Central in lane 2. Angelica Gonzalez of Redline in lane 3, and then Davis. Jasmine Jones of Hempfield in lane 5. Zakia Richardson of Pennsbury in lane 6. Courtney Washington of South Philadelphia in lane 7. And Megan Lundy of Central York in lane 8.
What you want to do is watch the arm action in the turn. The right arm comes across the body and helps drive you in the turn. Demisha Davis is very good at this.
And start in lane 5 by Jasmine Jones, the sophomore from Hempfield. Out of the blocks quickly, as is Richardson of Pennsbury in lane 6. Now here comes Davis in lane 4. Demisha Davis clear out in front. Jones giving chase in lane 5, and Davis is unpressed. Demisha Davis. This would be her first individual goal, but the 2nd today after that 4x1 relay. And Demisha Davis, what a day it has been for Central Dauphin East. Davis takes it in a 24:48. First career gold medal for Demisha Davis.
(24:48). That was great. That's the first time she's shown smiling. She's been all business this whole meet.
She can relax now.
Well, she did put her hands up after she crossed the 4x1.
She was third last year here in the 200, was fifth last year in the 100. Now she's finally got her gold medal outdoors. She won the indoor 200. That, by the way, not a PIAA championship. State indoor meet is put on by the Coaches Association.
So here's the turn. You can see she's already in the lead coming through by 2 to 3 meters. But down the straightaway, short arm stroke, quick leg turnover. And she's actually looks like she's pulling away from the other athletes.
Cake right there.
So Demisha Davis
Now I gotta run the 4x4.
being a big part of that 4x1 relay. Now takes gold in the 200. On to AA boys, the defending champion Trenton Cole's not running the 200 this year because of that injury he suffered in the football season. So Khalil Slaughter of Sheffield is the top seed, and he is the 100 champion from earlier today. Dove, Myers, Suzix, Allen, Taylor, Pickett, and Gallus rounding out this field of 8. A big day for Khalil Slaughter already. Went 10.85 to win the gold medal in the AA boys 100. Now will try to win his second career gold medal. Was 8th last year in this event. Clay Allen, who ran well in the 100. In fact, I believe he was the runner-up. Will line up to his outside again in lane 5. Allen was 4th a year ago in the 200.
Great start. Lane 4.
That is Slaughter. Khalil Slaughter well out in front of Allen in lane 5. Taylor by a missing giving chase in lane 6. And now here comes Slaughter on the front stretch. Allen running hard in lane 5, trying to run him in. Khalil Slaughter on his way to his second gold medal of the day. He wins the 100 and now takes the 200 and set a state record in the process. 21:78, a state record for Khalil Slaughter. 4th state record to go down today.
Well, that's just great. 21:78. You look at how long his stride is. He says the best thing about his race is how he can run through the turn, which I find hard to do with such a long stride. But look how he does this in lane 4. And then what he does is he turns that in with a good lean. Watch his lean coming down the straightaway. He's not straight up and down. He's propelling himself forward because he's got just the proper lean. Great arm action.
21:78, the 4th state record we've seen go down today. Trinity got it in the AA boys 4x1, and Angel Picarillo with 2 state records today in AA girls in the mile and the 800. Here's the whole race, and Slaughter wearing the dark colored jersey in lane 4.
So we come out from behind the clerking tent, and he's already in the lead with 100 to go. And just look at his stature. He's upright. Now he's going to, when the camera shows, he's got a slight lean forward. He's still pushing his body down the track. Great arm action, chin to hip pocket. Good head-on shot.
State record was held by Andre Broussard of Elmer L. Meyer, set back in 2003, and now it belongs to Slaughter, who wins gold for the second time today.
Last race of my season, high school, Arizona College.
On to AAA boys, and Eric Futch will go for another gold medal, having won the 300 hurdles just moments ago. He is the top seed in lane 4, and there you see him on the right side of your screen. The 100 champion Ryan Hines, we will not see him. 400 champion Oliver Philogene also out of the field. Langston Northern of Stroudsburg in lane 1. Niger Mathis of Swenson in lane 2. Andrew Adeby of Milton Hershey in lane 3. And then Futch Gillespie, Bobby Smutsky of Northern York, Malik Jones, Monsignor Bonner, and Aaron Barlow of Gateway. First time ever Futch has been in the 200. He's the top seed, won 21-71 earlier today. Can he win his second gold medal after not even learning until Thursday afternoon that he'd be allowed in this meet? Smutsky running well in lane 6. Futch out ahead of Smutsky. Here comes Jones in lane 7. Futch still in control. Late push Gillespie in lane 5. Futch is going to get them all as he comes to the line. Eric Futch on his way to the University of Houston with a second state gold medal, 21-70. Two gold medals in the last 3 events for Eric Futch.
Gillespie was second in 22. Congratulations to Eric Futch. Gillespie's on his way to Temple to play football and a journalism major. And when I was talking to him, he was watching everything I was doing. And he had that smile.
Futch going to Houston. He turned down offers. Listen to the schools who offered him, Rick. LSU, Oregon, Texas Tech, South Florida, Nebraska. Some great schools.
That's amazing.
Here it is from start to finish. Futch in lane 4.
So as we see the curve here, we see what arm action it takes to get it. You want to keep those legs moving. You want to lean. You see how they all have a lean into the turn. Now they come out, they come upright, and you have to keep your arm action going. That helps your legs. It's really about the legs, but the arms in conjunction with how you're moving your legs keep you moving down the track. There's a head-on shot. What you want, you don't want your arms crossing your body. You don't want to be swaying back and forth.
So Eric Futch caps off the final individual event on the track, but still a lot more to sort out. A relay, field events, and the overall team championship still to be determined as the action sustains from Shippensburg here on PCN.
You all right? You need a bag of ice to cool down? What did you end up on the javelin at?
Don't miss a minute of the PIAA Boys Volleyball Championships from Penn State on June 2nd. Live streaming begins at 1. Check PCNTV.com for ordering information for the live stream. On-air coverage starts at 3 p.m. PCN, the home of PIAA High School Sports Championships. Roll out the blueprint and get an inside look at Pennsylvania's factories. From motorcycles to chocolate, pliers to microbrews. PCN Tours takes you inside Pennsylvania's factories to show you how things are made. Your guide from the company will walk you through the whole process, from raw materials to the finished product. You'll be amazed at what's made in Pennsylvania. Tune into PCN Tours, Sunday nights at 8, only on PCN, Pennsylvania's neighborhood. Be among the first to enjoy your favorite PCN tour in crystal clear high definition. Select episodes of PCN Tours are now available for purchase in Blu-ray technology for just $29.95, includes shipping and PA sales tax. Now you can experience just how Pennsylvania products are made in the highest clarity, all from the comfort of your living room. PCN Tours are also available in DVD format for just $19.95. Visit the PCN store at PCNTV.com to browse the PCN Tours titles available in Blu-ray technology, or call 1-866-726-8433. PCN Tours. Let us take you inside. Made only in Pennsylvania.
Starting to cloud up here, maybe a hint of rain as our final event of the day is upcoming, the 4x400 meter relay. And today's 2012 PIAA Track and Field Championships are being underwritten in part by Pennsylvania Egg Farms. I wish to thank the Pennsylvania Egg Farms for their support of this high school sports championship coverage on PCN. Still a lot more to come this spring, as we've mentioned throughout. Lacrosse, track and field obviously today, but lacrosse, softball, baseball, Big 33. Sports don't end after today here on PCN. Here's the field for the AA girls 4x4. And the team standings are very, very important here for Sweat.